Dun, 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 dun. Hello, greetings and salutations to you all on this quite warm Saturday evening and the Forge of Mars. How it oh wow! Ivy's in there first. Well done! Yay! Honk honk honk! Congratulations, you've beaten Little Brother and everyone else for that matter. So well done you. I'm proud of you. So yes, so again we are painting the heavy support squad for these guys. So using airbrush, that's what we'll be up to today with my acrylic colours. I'm just going to adjust the screen a sec so I can see what I'm actually doing. So the Vallejo acrylic metal colour aluminium is what I use. Finally that little punk got him. Well, you've done it tonight, so that's the main thing. So he was perched, ready, swooped in like an eagle, a majestic bird of prey, and you took first spot. Well done. So I hope that you have all had a nice day, whatever you've been doing out in the world. I've been at work as per usual, funnily enough. Yeah, it's been I've been working on my own for the last 2 days. I've got one more day to do that, so it's been a little bit arduous at times, but it is what it is. It pays the bills and keeps me out of trouble. It keeps me in plastic and resin crack, which is the more important matter here. Let's move this round a bit. So actually see what I'm doing. So like last time where I'm spraying from a downward motion with the colour. As if you was with us on the Wednesday stream, I was foregoing using the crests because the simple reason is that I don't feel, for me personally anyway, it's not obviously anything to do with law or anything, but I don't feel that the crests they would have had to show who they were, sort of thing. That anonymity is, I feel, is the key here. Yeah, so obviously over the lead belcher, which I've done with a rattle can, just getting the top sections more lit as such. So you can see, you can probably just make out difference in colour there. A lot more silvery with that one compared to the lead belcher on that one. So you're doing that because obviously when we apply contrast, it's going to conform differently over the colours. So with the darker colours it will have more shadow, basically. I've been messing around with doing a zenithal prime from some weird angles. Yeah, it's the whole light source sort of thing, because of the way light, you know, if you're on a planet's surface, you're going to have light coming from left, right, or above. So going from above, it's sort of high noon, but it all adds to the overall effect that we're trying to achieve. old boober shaker. I'm fully kitted out this week. Yeah, the next couple of marines are going to have light source from the side. It gives it a really dramatic shadow. There you go. So you can alternate between squads. You don't all have to do them the same way, but I say it gives it a little bit more dynamic look to how the light shines off. I did spend a little while the other day in the forge trying to find loads of older model kits to see if I can actually salvage pouches and stuff on them, because I do like to have. I sort of feel that Alpha League in particular will be well equipped with everything they need to get the job done, as well as other bits for contingencies. That's the way I've always seen them anyway. That's the plan I'm working to. So, 6 out of 10. Oh yes, that's looking very nice. Yeah, no, I like the transitions on that blue in particular. It's really nice. Well done. You're getting good at this painting, aren't you? He was always pretty good, anyways. Who am I kidding? So you're making like the shiny stuff your signature dish, and the candy apple, the candy, yeah, it's candy apple red, Thousand Suns. You know, kind of legendary in their own right, I feel. The Spooky Boys are looking cool, and then the Alphas are also doing it as well. Now, so if you was with us on the Wednesday night, there was the assembly shenanigans. I didn't want to glue the weapons in place because of obviously spraying for the armour and that, but I have done some work with the weapons, so I've got more to do with that. So I've just given them a bit of a wash, done the Corax white for the shells, for the missiles themselves, and then I realised there's actually one loaded there, so I haven't actually touched that in the the launch tube. So I've got to do that at some point, and then I want to probably go over that with black. No. It's, you know, although it's warm, it is helping to dry these out quickly. In some respects, this is good. Also just put another third of the a Warbringer in the release agent buff. Nice. I know I'm doing something right because I've had my first copycat. He asked me how to do my method and immediately do that. See, it's nice when that happens as well. You know, it's when you sort of come across doing these sort of methods and you take good photographs so people can actually see like how good they are. It pays off, you know. It's a nice sort of it's a compliment at the end of the day, and I've had a fair share of people, you know, obviously with my like Titan schemes in the early days when I first started doing YouTubing and stuff. You know, the amount of people that have used my techniques to help them get, you know, a foothold on certain types. I know I've only done 4 or 5. I was done Dead House Divine. One was the last one I've done earlier in the year. Well, I've done them last year, but obviously I only added the video this year. Luckily, I just copy everything from you and Rob. You can't go too far wrong now. So, like, you know, got like pathfinders. We find the roads, then it makes it a little bit easier for everyone else. But to be honest, half the time I don't think about that sort of thing. It's definitely something that you just take it in your stride, just do what you feel comfortable with, and just do your best, really, whichever way you're looking at the hobby. As long as you get enjoyment from it and don't make such a, you know, a thing out of things. If they don't go to plan, you just, you know, start again. Yes, it can be frustrating, but it's the perseverance that's a mark of a true hobbyist. Because and in these sort of situations as well, when there's people watching, you know, somebody may have a technique that they've tried and utilise on a regular basis, but the other people watching may not. And in these conversations over many, many months, we've had times where people have said, "Oh, have you tried doing this?" or "This is how I do this particular thing." And people are, "Oh, well, I've not even heard of that, or I haven't even thought of that." And it sort of helps other people with their hobby to sort of get that on the go, and to you know, it's another sort of tool to your box. And that's what I'm all about, is basically building up those sort of knowledges and technical aspects of the hobby, which you can utilise in other areas. You know, you might not do it now, but somewhere down the line you might go, "Oh, hold on a sec, that guy said this, or that girl said that," and you can take that knowledge and then throw it into some project which will then help you progress in your development as a hobbyist painter. Honestly, you know, I was more Thanks, Nige. Is the sound coming through okay? I did ask, was Nigel just pointed out that I need a better mic, or I need to be closer to my mush. Bless him. So I was talking a little bit, to be honest, I was talking a bit gentler, softer, because the neighbours are in their garden and they were doing their plants and all that, and obviously I'm a bit self-conscious, you know, because I don't want them like going, what are you doing over there? And interrupting the stream. So, yes. Thanks, Sam. You, I can't be rude to you. I can't. You know, you deaf guard. Grr. I find it hard. But hello, how are you? How's your awesome tanks coming along? Because if you haven't, anyone watching, check out Electric Eve on Instagram and Twitter, because she's got some amazing paint schemes and paint jobs, and her death guard that she's doing for Heresy is just amazing. I am most jealous, but I'm not. I can deal with it. I can handle with my jealousy. Booba shaker. Yeah, are you feeling any better today? Anyway, I know you were sort of getting over things yesterday, but has there been any more improvement? You did being rude. I haven't actually. No, have you ever been? I don't think you've been rude in my presence. Right. So after doing the aluminium, the Vallejo aluminium, next car one up is the Griff Charger Grey, which I tend to use a lot more as a base coating for these Alpha Legion weirdos, as Zev calls them. I'm happy to be rude. Yeah, no, Kratos, Weetos, is pretty fucking spectacular. I hate it. It's so good. I hate it so much. So it's not normal Death Guard where it's like just mucky and all that. It's been used, it's been lived in, and that's exactly the realm I like to live in with my sort of like tanks and armor. You know, it's taken a little bit of, you know, damage and stuff because it's a tank. It's not going to be like going around looking, hey, look at me, I'm pristine and clean. So yeah, it's bang on. Really is. So definitely check out her work. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfuckers. Just get the duns done. Yes, guns. But you're feeling very excellent. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Ivy's always been rude to me. I still can't believe that my hobby daughter would be rude to anybody. It's just, I might just be blinkered. She got the skills. She got degree that involves specialising in heavy armour. So, like, yeah, so definitely got the skills there. Obviously got the skills. Duh. So super skills. Now, did you see somebody, I think with the new release, who done I think Iron Hands, and they had like rusty bits on it, and it's like, if anybody, like there's two legions in particular in the original, Salamanders and Iron Hands are not going to have rusty stuff. They're always buffing their stuff. Yeah, ground movement functional, yeah. Oh, bless you. So it's very very subtle with the approach with this, but it's given that little greeny tinge. So when we do, because to be honest, I think you could bypass this and go with the Achelian green. So that's what we're aiming for eventually. But as I say, I like to have it's the method, and you don't mess with your method. If you've got the method down, you just keep on doing it and going for it. And so I paint to a tabletop standard, and that's me. I'm happy, you know. I'm not doing it for reward or awards or anything like that. I just do it because it brings me happiness. You know, it's a hobby at the end of the day. Right. Yeah, occasionally. To be honest, on your Twitch the last couple of days, when you start talking about tanks, you do get that. You can just see you get that little glint in your eye, sort of thing. You know, what's not to love about tanks, or tonks, or chonky tonks? Hey, Mousebait, welcome, and thank you, my my ninja assassin of bots. Yeah, no worries. You know the rules here anyway, Mouse. You know, not exactly like, you know, hardcore. You got to turn up whenever. You know, you're here. You're here. You're always welcome. Everybody's welcome, unless you're a dick. Then you can fuck off. A little bit strong on that one, but yes. And hello, Chris Corrick. Welcome. Are you hobbying, Chris? And M, are you actually hobbying? Or are you because I think last time you popped in, you was just having your dinner or something, wasn't you? You popped in to say hi, which was always welcome. Thank you. Damn, I know nothing about tanks. Well, it's a good thing that you know several people that do, and one who lives quite near to you who's pretty good at doing tanks. I'm sure everybody will chip in with your education, but I think M is the one that you really need to be speaking to on that. You have not unlocked tanking. She's not to that level yet. Oh. Come on, Ivy. You can do it. Once you unlock Tank M, everything will be so much awesomer for you with tanks. Ah, right, yeah, because he was working on the Volkite that I saw yesterday. Because when I was watching you yesterday, I was cooking, so I have a pair of headsets on and was listening as I'm doing the dinner, and then obviously whilst waiting for things, I'm watching and participating. But yeah, say Ivy, you need to unlock Tank M. Yeah, I can multitask. It is possible for a man to multitask. Just don't want to half the time. You got to win a heresy first. Well, who knows what will happen when we meet on the fields of battle? You know, you might be able to pull a victory out then. You know, and I'm not going to say I'm going to let you win, because I never let anybody win, because it's wrong. You know, you play the game. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. But hopefully, you learn from your mistakes. As I have made mistakes in the past, and I have learned from them. You know, but as long as we have fun, that's all that matters. Oh, 2 Death Guards. It's like they're multiplying. But that's the thing though, it's like half the time, like in certain games, like friendly games, you take your time, you have fun, and that's the main thing, you know. And hopefully, like I think I was trying to point out things that I was doing to give you an idea of, you know, how I play, which is completely alien to me because I don't want people to know how to play me. Where's the mystery? Where's the mystique? You know, I like the idea that when we go to Titan Walks, people are wary of me. They don't want to face me. It's brilliant. You can't buy that kind of reputation. But I'm a great believer that obviously you learn from your mistakes, and when you do, like, if for instance we had 10 games sort of thing, and I beat you for the first like 4 or 5, yeah, you're going to get sort of like, you're going to be thinking on plans, strategies, and all that. But when you get that first victory, that means a hell of a lot more than, you know, getting an easy victory if somebody's going to let you win. You know, it's not being mean or horrible or nasty like that, but where's the sort of, you know, the sense of achievement, reward for, you know, playing somebody, and then, you know, you've had a hard time playing them in the past, and then you finally get that first win. It's so much more sweeter for that, you know. And hopefully you've learnt along the way, and then the games from then on get more competitive, not like as in competitive win at all costs, but you know, that sort of, it can go either way. Those sort of games, they're the ones that you're sort of aiming for. You know, you don't want to have games which like you turn up and you're done in like an hour, because where's the fun in that? You want the games to last, and you want to have fun whilst playing them. So that's why I'm not a win at all cost type of person. I like to have that sort of like thematic, like look and feel to my armies. I used to do like when I first started playing games properly, I suppose. I'd done a couple of tournaments. There was one in Alexandra Palace that GW used to do, which was called Conflict, which was like a doubles tournament type thing. And you know, we would make me and my colleague, my games buddy, would make up our forces in a very fluffy, thematic sort of way. Like, how would this unit do? You know, what would they do? You know, like we played against Necrons, and it's like you're playing against 12 Necron destroyers. It's just like, well, you're just going for the good units. This is what I'm going to own you so hard, Em. You're going to own me because you're going to lose the full shots. I can just see you saying that as well. Oh, bless you. Tickled me. M comes swinging in with the truth bomb. For honour. As I say, it's all about having fun at the end of the day. You know, building these armies, painting them, because who doesn't enjoy painting models at the end of the day? It is a nice hobby to have. There's other hobbies out there that are probably just as interesting, but for all of us here, there's that sort of nice sort of the sense of satisfaction when you paint a model and you think, you know what, I've done a good job with that, and you're happy with it, because whenever you're painting them for yourself. You don't paint them for anyone else. You're painting them for yourself. So as long as you like it, you know, screw everybody else. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Just enjoy the work that you've done. Getting dunked, getting drunked, me. It's a long day today, work-wise. Because, as some of you know, as I said earlier on, I've been working solo in my store and doing all my little chores and all the paperwork and all that sort of thing, being a good little boy, so I don't get told off when the boss comes back. But today was a little bit busier, which is good because it makes me look good as well. But because I've taken some money, as capitalism dictates I should. But it is hard going because it's a very physical job where I work, and when you get sort of a busy phase as well, it's quite strenuous and stressful at times. Why am I the lady office painter? No, you're not. I was actually, it's so strange, right, with Office, because I was messaging after his grandfather's funeral. I was like talking to him and all that, because it's just so weird, because obviously we grew up in the similar sort of area, like we was a couple of miles apart sort of thing. But also his granddad had a holiday caravan down near the same place where my nan and granddad had, and my mum even had. So we were sort of talking about those sort of things. And I know you keep on saying he's a nice guy, and he's a nice guy. But sometimes his mouth does get away from him, and he just goes the wrong way about things, and that's why he polarizes people. But I would never consider you to be the lady office painter. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I saw the palette unload. Yeah, I was surprised when that picture I posted up of that palette, and I got, because there was 52 packs. There was the weight load that the guy told me was 750 kilos on that palette, and I had to move it from the palette into another space where we put them on sale. But there was already 26 packs already sitting in there. So I had to get them out to get the new 52 packs in, and then stick the 26 on top of the previous stock, stock rotation sort of thing. So the 26 I moved twice. So that's basically a full pack. So it was like 2 pallets of wood, and I've done that in half an hour, which I was actually quite chuffed with. Well, I think it was actually more about 20 minutes in total, but there was a phone call as well. Yes, those carpets are dangerous. No, that wasn't carpet, that was underlay that you hurt yourself with. But you was brave. You did well. Yeah, no, that really did set my day off, having all that stuff turn up first thing in the morning, just as it started to get warmer as well, which was joy. And what tops it off, last customer of the day. And whenever you're at work, you're getting to that stage where you want to go home because you've been at work for so many hours, and you're closing up, and you see a guy coming in, and obviously if he's coming in, you think, well, it could be a good order, you know, and that's the thing. You want to get as much money as you can, you know, not that I get commission or anything, but you know, I'm thinking of keeping myself in occupation by taking money and keeping the doors open, if you know what I mean. And he came in, he had no idea of what his sizes were, so he told me one lot of sizes, so I worked out a price on that. He goes, okay, and he's like, because his English wasn't that great either. And he said, no, the size is 3 lots of that by 2 lots. And I was like, right, okay, so you're saying that 3 lots, that's 9 meters by like 6 meters. He goes, yeah, and he's after artificial grass. I said, well, that little offcut is not going to do that size. And he's looking at me like, but why wouldn't 9 square meters do 56 square meters? Why would it not fit? And you go, what? So if you look at the screen here, you see my little bit there. That's the piece of grass he was looking at, and the biggest screen is the size of his garden. And you try explaining to somebody and saying it won't fit because that's that size, but he just wouldn't take it. He would not understand and register it. And eventually, after 15 minutes, I just said, look, go get your proper sizes, come back, and I'll work out everything from there. But we were meant to be closed a quarter of an hour ago, and I need to go home. So, adios. So I sent him on his way. But you do get some people just do not understand, like, measurements and stuff, and I'm there to try and help you decipher what you've measured, and I can only work out it's garbage in, garbage out. So if you give me shit measurements, I'm going to give you a shit quote. If you give me good measurements, I'll give you a good quote, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that was fun to end the day on after such a stressful, arduous day. And I'm just going to stop whining now, sorry. Curly Joe, hello Curly Joe, how are you, dude? Are you hopping tonight? Or are you just popping in to say hi? What are you doing? What's the plan? Tell us. And everyone else who's in the chat, welcome. If you have not joined in, you don't have to. It's not a prerequisite. You can just hang out as we sort of talk and see what's going on in the chat. Obviously, the war between M and Ivy has calmed down a little bit now, so that's good. Yeah, and that's I've had disagreements with builders, and you just think, you make houses, and yet you don't understand the difference between square yards and square meters, which is worrying. And don't get me wrong, I wasn't like, you know, the greatest at school or anything like that. You know, I had I have a common basic understanding of, you know, how to add things up and work out area, because that's what I do. But it's like me going into a baker's and looking at a cake and going like, oh, that's a really nice cake, and they're explaining, well, it is a nice looking cake, but it's not a really nice cake because it hasn't got these certain ingredients and stuff like that. You know, if you know what you know and you're doing it day in, day out, you know, you can't expect to know better than somebody who's, you know, a professional in that sort of thing. That's their field of expertise. But you get it with all trades and industries. I was talking to a plumber who was buying some flooring today, and I was saying, it's like, you know, this flooring, they charge more to fit it because it takes longer to do. And he goes, well, that's basic, you know, basically what happens. You know, you've got the skill sets. I can't fit this stuff. I have no idea how to fit this flooring. But you're paying for somebody's time, their experience. You know, yes, they might fit it a lot quicker than what you would do, but that's taken them 20 years to get to that level. So you're paying for that quality, that know-how, because they've learned on the job. They know what they're doing, and I think, you know, it's similar to what Em was saying on her stream the other day about, like, you know, with commission painting. You know, it might take somebody, you know, not long a time to do something, but it's at a much better standard than what Joe Bloggs would do in the same sort of time. And that's what you're paying for, you know. Doesn't matter, it only takes like a few hours to do something. It would take you 2 days, where it takes a professional fitter like half a day to do something, and they've got all the proper tools, and they come across something that it might be a bit tricky, they can get around it because they've experienced it. But yeah, lots of people don't think about that sort of thing. Tis the way of the world. I'm trying to finish up on a squad of sanguinary guard that I've been haunting to death for too long. Ooh. Well, I hope that with hanging out here, that you have some adequate company for your hobby exploits today, because that's what this hobby hangout is all about. We literally just talk and hang out. You know. So I was just getting notifications. Where is Rob? You lurking, Rob? He's active on the other sort of social medias. Right. Get rid of some of that. So yeah, it's almost like a sea green colour that you get with the Griff Charger. Which is kind of cool. So it's almost like a Sons of Horus type colour. Hey, welcome, dude. Hello, Heat. How are you? Are you hobbying tonight? Or just popping in and say hi? The old cheap fast triangle pick 2. Just working on some. That's the first. What is it? Contrast coat that we've put on so far. Ah, right, okay. I've seen the messages come through, Ivy. So obviously you've got the kids over, so that's fine. You are allowed to have a life outside this live stream, just so everybody's aware. It's all nice to have you here. That's the main thing. Everyone hanging out, enjoying some hobby, really. Building Lego. What Lego are you doing? And then once you've answered that, I'm going to ask you another question about Lego. So, yeah, what kit are you building? Never. So important to clean your airbrush between coats. And oh, dude, that is a sweet kit. I was looking at that the other day, but the thing that I was going to ask you about is, have you seen the new Optimus Prime one? Because that looks freaking amazing. It's about 150 quid. In my social WhatsApp group, my real life local buddies, they're just being like, "Have you seen this? Have you seen this?" It's just like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." It's gonna purple up R2D2. Well, I don't see a problem with that personally. I do love a bit of purple. Let's give this a little clean over the nozzle. I wish I could afford too expensive plastic construction hobby. Yeah, no. The struggle is real, buddy. It is real. Yeah, my boss got me Ecto 1, like the new movie version from about Christmas before last. 2021. He got me that as my Christmas bonus. So it's like, wow. It's still in the box because putting my my Heresy 40k AT stuff on display takes up all space for anything else really, so it's still sitting in its box. Yeah, no, that is such a, you know, I never imagined that. Some, you know, like, because I follow like is it Citizen Brick? There's someone on Facebook who basically does custom Lego bits and pieces. I've never bought anything, but it's just nice to see some of the stuff. And half the time on my newsfeed, you have things come up, you go, oh, wow, wow. And then you realise it's not an official thing. So when I first saw that, I thought, oh, that's pretty clever, sort of thing. And then I saw, like, you know, Lego exclusive. Oh my God. That is just like crazy. Hey, Felix. Hello, dude. Curly, you find the one hobby and have others as gifts. That is a legitimate advice, really. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine and dandy. How are you? Are you working? Or are you travelling around the various regions of Canada where you frequent and stalk, hunt? I actually brought a bucket in with, had no ice, so I just put cold water in and stuck these in the freezer for about 40 minutes. So. Yeah, I think everyone so far has been fine and dandy and quite having a good time so far. How long have we been getting? It's only been 50 minutes, which isn't bad because in 50 minutes we've done the aluminium base layer, and then we've done the first layer of the contrast, which is the griff charger, and now I'm looking for that. Should say Achelian green, but there was a spill of Agrax, which I have a lot of Agrax. No, just slacking off and building Mark 6 boys. Oh, nice. The one I've always been tempted by was a Sith Fury Interceptor. Sweet, sweet kid. That's the thing, it's like, sorry, Booba Shaker. I say, like, with Lego, when the Star Wars Legos first started coming out, I was right on top of it. I was buying like each ship and thing that came out for the first couple of years, and then when the day came, we was finally moving house. It was packing stuff up, and unfortunately, the Lego was sort of just rammed into a bag, like, and it was a black sack, and that bag probably got chucked out into the skip that we had. That was kind of heartbreaking because you know the original sort of like X-wing on their Y-wing, TIE fighter, the first Snowspeeder kit had just come out as well, and I was on the shelves. I used to have the ships in particular all like in like on like one big shelf and done like a hanger because you would. But yeah, so they all disappeared. The only bits I've got from my Lego collection, because I had a double of Sebulba's Pod Racer, so I've still got that in a box in stuff in my collection, up in the forge, funnily enough. But yeah, it's not nice. Traumatic, to say the least. But those sort of things happen, unfortunately. Right. So the Kellion. Yeah, oof, big time. There was other shit that I'd lost out as well, and that's the thing, it's like, you don't realise when you're sort of moving out of a house, the years that you've been there, the amount of shit that you accumulate is bewildering and amazing at equal measure. Because you do not expect, you think, what the fuck, why did I buy that? Why have I still got that? You know, that's the sort of like thing that you're thinking of half the time. Right, so let's get on with this dude. So this is the Kellion. So keeping with the same sort of motion, but you can see how that just instantly starts turning it into Alpha Legion. Even though it's a contrast paint, it really does coat really well. I've been moving around a fair bit in the last 6 or 7 years, and even then I accumulate so much random stuff. You do though, don't you? You sometimes you just see things and go, cool, that's cool, I'm having that, and then you're like, why the hell did I buy that? Head. Something similar happened to my old hobby stuff when I took a break from the hobby many years ago. Yeah, I think, you know, there is this phase, like if you get into this sort of hobby when you're sort of in your teens and stuff in particular, you get to that point where you're either at college or just after college, or even at uni, if you go there, that it's when you discover alcohol and girls, or boys, or whatever floats your boat, and you start going out socialising more than you would have previously, and you know, you get a taste for going out, and there's always that little slump where sort of like early 20s, you do sort of fall out of the hobby, and you don't go back to it until either there's a global pandemic, or something happens, like you see a white dwarf somewhere, or you see somebody that you know who's still in the hobby, looking at hobby stuff, and you go, oh, wait a sec, what's that? Because that's what happened to me back in 2001, because I was out from about 96, 97 and onwards. I gave all my stuff away, apart from a couple of models which I retained because I loved them, and then spent most of my time drinking, going out, and you know, normal sort of like boisterous laddish behaviour. But then one of my friends who was still in the hobby, they just brought out the Tau, and I'm a big lover of mechs and like anime sort of stuff, and that really appealed to me, and that was what brought me back in 21 years ago. So after a few years being out in the wild, literally, I got brought back in by some fish-related battle mechs called battle suits. I'm debating about getting a storage unit until next time I need to move house. The amount of bloody hobby stuff to move was so grueling the last 2 times. Yeah, there is that. So as we've discussed, you either stockpile it or you try and flog it or return it and put the money to something else. You are allowed to change your mind. But yeah, it's when you like, you know, I was actually looking at some of the stuff that I've got which is still unopened, and I thought, you know what, I might just, you know, when I'm up Warhammer World next, just take it back and put it towards something else. Hopefully some more Heresy stuff will be out by then, especially like the Mechanicum stuff. If they bring out any sort of like plastic Castellax or Phalax or anything really, definitely, because I know like a few of us have gone a little bit splurgy with the new Heresy because they are pretty cool. I do like these kits. I've always liked Beaky from their first iteration, and painting up these white scars, as you can see, the Mark 6 really does suit them. Downside of the storage unit is you're never truly empty it again. It becomes a whole new storage area. I have dinner now. Woohoo! Is there anything in particular that's been? Oh, I'll check out your Instagram. You normally post up your pictures, and like it's like, that's mighty tasty. That's the thing. Like when people first started doing the whole social media posting up food, you just go, "What, really?" But then sometimes you get a meal and you think, "Fuck me, I've got to share this." That looks good. Hold on, what's going on here? Sorry. See, now that's what I was telling you about, Ivy. That fucking hate it. So beautiful. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. It truly is. Oh, dear. That's almost pornographic. It's a pile of pasta. All right, yeah, it's just yeah. All right, we'll forgo. Yeah. Pasta has a time and a place. To be honest, I do actually. The simple things with pasta. Yes, I actually really do still enjoy spag bowl. I've always loved spag bowl. I know it's like basic 101, not even real Italian type thing, but I like it. It was like exotic as a kid. All those years ago when dinosaurs stomped the earth. That Chris's post, like when everyone's going like, "Oh yeah, I was only 5 when that dude, I can't remember his name, Peter, I think it was, who won that, came second in the first ever sort of Warhammer type tournament that they ever hosted." It's like, I was 5, I was 2, I was 1, and oh my god. So I just went with the Gandalf defense. I was 24,000 years old when that was there. I feel every day. Oh. Help me, Obi-M Kenobi. You're my only hope. Yeah, so if you're not following M on Twitter or Instagram, Electric Eve is what you want to be looking at, because fantastic hobby painter and all-round good person. Although she likes to take the piss out of me, which I accept. It's my place in life, I guess. It makes her smile. Okay, desk sorted clean. Building commences. Excellent. What's on the building roster for today, Mouse? Anything good? Anything interesting? Are we Titans? Are we what? What are we doing? I love the little butt flaps. I know, then I'll have to tidy. I lie, I don't tidy when someone comes to the house. Commission 30k, 20 troops in Alpha Legion. Oh! What's the method you going for with your Alpha Legion? Because everyone's doing it differently. And that's, well, I know you're not doing Alpha Legion for your own dudes. But, because we've got Chris, who's doing Death Guard. We have M, who is pure Death Guard, incarnate. With all that awesomeness she's been slapping in people's faces. So, like, when the group of us that are doing Alpha Legion, it's like everyone's got their own version of how to do it. And they're all doing their own variations of those versions as well. I think I'd be interested to see how Rob's alphas with like his infantry in particular, because he's doing this method or variation on this method. As I said, we're all doing different for his guys. So it'd be nice to see how they sort of stand out together, if you know what I mean. I will clamber into the filth to learn to paint. Well, you're lucky that, as I say, M doesn't paint them like mucky. Practical, lived in, used, maintained still, so they operate and work, not just like gunge it up with mud. You can go a little bit OTT on that sort of side of things. I know, like Death Guard, like 40k Death Guard in particular. You know, if you can't paint them, because it is just really just sticking on that one type of green paint and then just loads of sort of typhus corrosion, really, isn't it? It's much like Iron Warriors. Like Iron Warriors are, to me, the easiest Legion to paint. Even though I don't just do like lead belcher and wash, I still find it quite easy to paint them because you have your methods that you use, and you just go at it, and you're just like, oh well, there you go, done. Just do some hazard stripes, bingo. Tiny Fish Hobbies, I think, is his YT. I'm still going on World Eaters. Sounds very appropriate for 25th. Yes. I can't wait to see as many of them on the table together as possible. Yeah, we will get that done at some stage. Plans within plans, schemes within schemes. Return to Paramar. It's a dream. It will happen. I will make it happen. By hook or by crook. Raven Guard for me. Spray everything black, light weathering from a sponge, pick out a few details and done. By far the easiest. They are, but you say it's. See, when I done my Raven Guard, I went with a matte black, but then I used to use Eshin Grey for doing like the tribal marks on like the shin plates or maybe on armor plate or something like that. Then I would chip with a sponge, basically like do chipping and all that sort of stuff, and then I'd go over it with a bit of Nuln Oil to tie it all together, and that sort of worked. And then maybe do a little bit of spot chipping to just to do some light specks sort of thing. But you know, there's many different ways. But it's just because with Iron Warriors, in particular, I'd done 4,000 points in a week, and that was the method I was using for that was Mornfang brown spray, dry brushing lead belcher over it, picking out the gold and Avalon Sunset, then washing over it with Agrax, and then just touching up, dry brush and do the black and bits and pieces. But it's remarkably. I've done Perturabo in 45 minutes using that same method. It's easy, but it looks like you've actually spent time on it. Whereas you say, yeah, Raven Guard, most people just spray it black and all that. I know some people actually go grey and then do several coats of Nuln Oil to bring it up that way, which is pretty clever. Right, I need. What do I need? I need this. This again. I did iron hands with overbrushing with lots of grey metals and then oil wash to give them the depth and colour difference. Easiest way was the weathering, my favourite part. Yeah, see, that's what I used to do with my my Raptors, was overbrushing. I used to call it wet to dry brushing. So yeah, you'd get like a flat brush, and then I would put a bit on the brush, wipe the excess off, and then just like dry brush it, but obviously it's a lot wetter, and just keep on going until there's no paint coming off. But it gave more texture and like weathering look. I used to do it with like, I did it with a Bane blade, not a Bane blade, Shadow Sword, with Adeptus Battle Grey or whatever it was, one of the foundation paints. I did that, and actually it gave the effect of like rain streaking onto the armor, because as long as you do the same direction, it actually works. It's this point of the night. Those people that are here, if you don't mind hitting it, smashing the old like button, in my best YouTube sort of, yeah, smash that like button. That'd be much appreciated. I've got to do it. Got to ask it. If I don't, I'll be remiss in my YouTubiness. That's the thing with a Kellyan. It takes ages to clean out. But while that's cleaning out, that Dry Brush Plus, nice. Yeah, wet dry brush. That's it. You make the dry brush from going from a wet standing point. You should actually make up some sort of really badass name, sort of like, you know, dry brush plus sort of thing. It's like, oh, what's that then? Well, yeah, doing it wet then dry. It's like, oh, what is this wizardry? Time to get texture paste all over the place. Texture paint all over the place. Only a few more steps. We've got 10 alpha legion done. Nice. So you've been doing quite well with your little your cunning project you was doing the other day. I know we're not as fast as Rob with the way he's been knocking things out of the park recently. I'm cleaning a brush and trying to clean the fingers at the same time because I look like I've got Smurf all over me. I'm like Angron at Deshier. I'm covered in Smurf. Dry Brush Plus TM. I need to get some more airbrush cleaning spray. I've got normal airbrush cleaner solution which I've put down somewhere and I can't. Oh, there it is. So the normal Vallejo stuff as well, but after Smurfia. Yeah, that book was ghost written by somebody after Smurfia. Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah. Let's do some missile launchers, because who doesn't like missile launchers? Missile launchers are awesome. Using gloves is for losers. oh, well, people with memories. I think I may be able to guess who Ghost ripped after Smurfia. It was so good. Yeah, I was. Who was I talking to? Yeah. I was actually having a conversation on Instagram with Quibster Nerd, and he was talking about Emperor's Children, because he was putting another post yesterday, and started talking about books. And now I've got to get myself the Fulgrim Primarch book because I haven't listened to it yet. So yeah, well, I've got about 3 credits on my audiobook and Audible. Not sponsored by Audible in any way, shape, or form. Just saying, just putting it out there. But yeah, so I've got to get onto that at some stage. You know, seeing as I've got the model and I've got sort of like almost 14,000 points worth of the fuckers. Right, what am I going to do with you? Yes, right. I'll be a bit cheeky. I'm going to be cheeky with these little buggers. Find an appropriate brush as well for what my plan involves. That'll do. Had a friend paint soul targets for me. So good. Soul target is nice. Such a great character from the book series as well. I still live in the hope that he survived. I know he hasn't, but I'm just dry brushing Ironbreaker over these to tidy up the because I went over it with Agrax last night. I have nearly all HH books on Audible, just missing a few. That's the thing, because I listen to a lot of them because my work, I work about an hour away, so I get a couple of chapters at least either way, and it helps the drive go well. And it's nice to sort of like, you know, just chill out before going into work and get away into the 30k, 40k era and listen to what's going on with you know, the daily life of Angron and and Night Haunter. You know, good stable people. Mortarion and Peter Turbo. And when I first heard it was Paul Rudge who told me it was an open day up at Warhammer World, Forge World, and it was like, you know, he said something and like you go, you what? Peter Turbo? Yeah, Peter Turbo. Peter Rabo. That's what we called him around here. Oh, all right, yeah, makes sense. I've never read a Warhammer book. Well, that is an achievement in itself. You know, I haven't read a Warhammer book for a few years, because I listen to them mostly now because I don't have the time to. I don't have the time to read. My best Bane impression. Bane from Predator, not Bane from. Oh, the darkness for many years. So yeah, I actually I was talking to my friend and friend of the show, Aaron Dempsey Bowden once, and I just said to him, "Don't you read your books?" And he goes, "No." why would I read them? I write them. You go, ah, yeah, fair point. Yeah. Don't. Why would I read my own books? I've spent fucking years writing them. I don't care what people say. Listen to audio. It still does, in my opinion. Like I will get an audio book now more over than the book, although depends on the book. It was like when I used to go to like the Black Library events, you know, and you used to get early releases. So like the last proper Black Library weekender was a couple of years ago, so it was about 2019, I think. I picked up the best one was the year before, 2018, because they had Titan Death come out and Spear of the Emperor. That was just fucking awesome. So I picked up like the limited editions of them because, you know, I'm a slut like that. And I thoroughly enjoyed both, like Titan Death and Spear of the Emperor. I've listened to and read multiple times, and I don't normally do that in a lot of occasions. The only other books that I've read more than once were the original Dune hexology, 6 of them. So, you know, I might go back for reference, but I don't tend to sort of read that sort of much sort of thing. But I literally, since I got Audible, I haven't really read that much at all. If a book's coming out and it's going to be out before the audiobook, to avoid getting some twat somewhere spoiling it, I will get the book just to avoid that, because that is a bit of a douchebag type thing. Nobody needs that in their lives. I have dreams of getting authors to sign your books, or sorry, oh, their book, yeah. Well, hopefully, you know, things. I don't know. There's been obviously like Graham. He lives over that side of the world now, anyway. But that's over in LA, so that's a bit of a drive for you from where you are, anyway. But yeah, it's like these events they do over here. Hopefully, in the future, they might do like a thing over in the States, because I think they've got to do it eventually, because they need the bigger market, you know, to make them into the global superpower that they want to be. And having those sort of events really does help, you know, even if they're like at Adepticon, you know, or events like that, you know, it would be good to have like a Black Library showcase at one of those sort of things, because everyone sort of enjoys those sort of things, and you get to meet the authors. And believe me, like, because I do those events, so I've met these guys and girls that write and draw and stuff, you know, like the artists at Forge World and stuff like that. I'm acquaintances with a few, friends with others, but they're all cool people. They are like you and me, maybe more you than me, because I'm just a weirdo. But they are normal people, and you can actually speak to them and, you know, have conversations with them. They like to hear people's, like, you know, stories and stuff. Not your fan fiction. So just put it out there. Never make story suggestions to an author, because they can't use them. Because then there'll be a legal sort of remit and stuff like that. But meeting them, asking them to sign their books, you know, they're happy to. You know, they are. You know, they get a buzz out of you reading their stuff. You know, so they're always really cool people to chat to as well. And as I say, I've been fortunate that I've met loads of them over the course of my sort of obsession with 40k, 30k, and everything else in between. And I've made friends with a couple of them as well, you know. So yeah, it's nice and it is good, but I don't like, you know, don't hassle them. You just get the stuff done. But if the chance ever arises, Mouse, to do an event and there's a Black Library thing there, because as I said, they've got to do it. If they're trying to make a big push by having like with open day, having like influencers and stuff, present company accepted, because you are an influencer of a legitimate standard, I feel. So having these guys and girls turn up to promote it, trying to get on a more of an open sort of platform to draw more people in, you've got to also do these sort of things over in the States. You know, they've got the Citadel, they've got the cafe in LA. I think is there another one they're opening up in like over on the East Coast. I'm not sure, but doing that sort of stuff is going to help them more than anything else. You know, paying out for some flights for a couple of authors to go there, especially if they've got book releases, helps them out, helps the company out, helps everybody out. So the fandom as well. So that's what it's all about. I think that's it. Anthony Reynolds is also out there as well. But yes. So if there was Mouse, if there was a event or anything over here and I was going to it, I would say send your books over to me and I'll go get them signed for you and I'll send them back. Okay? Because I've done that before. So I, I even went. I went to get a book signed that I'd already gotten signed before, and just give it to Graham and go, "Oh, you can sign this." I said, "I've already signed it." I went, "What?" Right here. I went, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Because I'd driven like half an hour out my way on my way up to the event to pick up this book because I lent it to my mate, and I completely forgot that he'd already signed it for us. So you know, forgetful. Yeah, to be honest, like a lot goes on in Atlanta, like a lot of like TV and movie stuff in particular. Um, so yeah, it would be, you know, again from a mass market or sort of thing. It depends on what the you know the gaming side of things as well. I don't know. It might be. I said well, Laurie was. I'm not sure if Laurie's actually back over here now. It might be. But then again, he wasn't like an author. Well, he got into he done he had written some stuff because he was originally an editor for Black Library, um, and but yeah, I know because he works at Riot with Graham. I think now. Well, I know Graham works at Riot. I think Laurie's at Riot as well, and I think Anthony Reynolds is also at Riot. That's how they got the gig. So like writing stuff for League of Legends and stuff. Yeah, a lot of the Marvel movies were made in Atlanta, weren't they? Right. Oh, come on, focus you. Get. Yeah, yeah, it's not too shabby. Obviously, I'll do the like handle and stuff, but again, that's not too bad. Obviously, if I'll pick out that missile detail in there, and probably give them a touch up as well. Right. Sponge, just one sponge. What do I do then first? Does anyone else occasionally accidentally toss their paintbrush a surprisingly distance by accident, like when you're going to rinse in your water once every 20 hours of painting? And I chuckle. I keep all my brushes. It's only when they literally cannot be used in any way, shape, or form. I've got a huge bag of brushes because I tend to buy cheap stuff because I abuse them so much. Yeah, it's like, wow. That's why I have so many sort of like bendy brushes and stuff. Like, but I give them a clean up with some, like, you know, brush soap. No, I'm not magnetising the missiles. Not me, anyway. Okay, I need to build. Yeah, I was just saying I've got a bit of a hoarder issue. You get some good distance on them. Right, I just had it. Oh, iron breaker. Boober shaker. Yeah, I hate when parts go flying though. So it'd be like, however careful you are, always sort of like. It's always like the worst ones to lose are like the Void Shields and Warhound Titans. They're all Reaver Titans for them now, but yeah, it's tiny, so small. Hoarding. I literally had to freaking get a friend to pull me more towel heads because fully painted went AWOL. Ugh. Yes, not good when. That's the thing. Is like with my Soul Tarvitz is missing the insignia off the back of his backpack, where he had the little sort of Vexilia type affair going on. Had no idea because I haven't even played a game with it, so it was only in my little cubby hole cupboard where I store some of my painted models. It's like, well, where the hell has that gone? It's fecked off. You buggered off somewhere, Dad. I'm ashamed to admit how often I've bought stuff again because it was too much time investment to find in the hoard. Oh, God love you. But understandable. Yeah, so sometimes you think like, do I just waste my life trying to find something, this one small piece that is doing my nutting trying to find it, or just get a new model kit? So yeah, I can totally sympathise with that. I've probably done likewise in some respects for different reasons, but yeah. Oh, so I've got a jolty can. I don't do it with like characters, but if there's a squad of something, it's just like I guess I'll have to extra something somewhere. Now, yeah, bit sites can be like handy in that, like especially like Forge World wise, like Egghead miniatures has been quite good. But then certain specific parts, you are paying a vast premium on them in particular. So, like especially like character heads or certain bits. But even like with plastic kits as well. Like I was looking the other day when I was talking about making a saboteur for my saboteur console for my these dudes. It was a demolition charge from the Incurser kit I was thinking of, and on the bits site I found there was like $350 plus delivery for just that one part. So yeah, luckily I only need the one. It's just, but yeah, it's quite a big piece as well, and it's not necessarily, I could probably get away with something smaller, to be honest. So that's what stayed my hand, really. But yeah, they have been handy. Like when I was doing, what was it? It was like Storm Eagles, Storm no, Blood Eagles. Oh, what the bloody 40k flyers, um, Storm Ravens, Storm Raven. I was buying Storm Raven parts and stuff. Um, like wings. But they have their uses and they can help out to realise a project. That was it. When I was doing Dark Angel, I was when Dark Angels came out and they had the plasma talons for their bikes. I was buying them for doing Dark Angel bikes, and yeah, I eventually sold them with the Dark Angels that I'd painted. No, Storm Talon is the small interceptor thing. Good old Saturday night shouting going on outside, great fun. Yeah, well, that's down here has been quite quiet. There was a few people earlier on, a bit of noise. Oh, that was close. But it's been actually quite peaceful. We haven't no boy racers yet, like we did the other night. Yeah, the funny, let's say fun fact, the Storm Talon, when they first brought that out, I bought it from a store which will remain unnamed. It was like a friendly local store, but I managed to get it well on the Wednesday before the release on Saturday, and I'd built it that day and had painted it that day whilst at work. Because back in those days, I was able to paint at work. It was a lot quieter. The boss was off, so I abused the facility. So yeah, I had my first Storm Talon built and painted 3 days before release. I felt so cheeky. It was like, oh, look what I've got. I've got this, nobody else. But I didn't go around posting it on social media, because that would have answered too many questions. So obviously, day of release came out, and then you post it up, a little while later. Look what I'd done. But I'd already done it 3 days beforehand. Sneaky. As a Salamanders player, getting hold of fire drake shields is a challenge. Yeah. Yeah, those sort of things, because they're so specialist, and you'd probably be paying like an arm and a leg for those bits anyway. I didn't. You know what I was saying to you the other day, Ivy, about the Palatine blades not having jump packs anymore. I stripped off the jump packs off of my 10 today, and it was surprisingly easy. Because obviously old super glue and plastic and resin, it came off really, really quite easily. I was quite pleased with that. So it's not destroyed the paint scheme really either. So, but now I've just got to sort it. I was going to do that today, but because of I was running around lots after work. I was busy at work, running around after work to get here and stuff like that. I didn't check in the bits I've got here, because I'm sure I've got some Mark 4 backpacks. I really like that model. Phew. That was a good burst of progress. Going to take a break and eat with Sarah and be back in 45 or so. No worries. That's cool, because Legends PDF. Yeah, I know, the Legends PDF come out. Still doing them chat packs. No. Even the Reavers got them. Well, fuck those Reavers. But strangely enough, Rylanor came out in the Legends thing. He's 5 points cheaper than he was, but he doesn't seem to have. I'm sure he had a special rule. I haven't looked in the book, so I can't be 100% sure. But I'm sure he had some sort of special rule or something attached to him, because he's 250 points, and I'm sure you could get a normal, like, contemptor for 175 plus weapons. All right, yeah, no worries. Enjoy your food. Bon appetit. All right. skip these. Yeah, I like about with sponging. It's surprisingly good at picking out those studs. Interesting thing I noticed today about Legends, Land Raider Phobos is exactly the same wording and stats as the Land Raider Proteus carrier. I wouldn't bet on Ryan or casting Dracos is 300 points with no special rules and toughness over the normal Castaferum, and costs about as much as 2. Yeah, that's the thing. Because I say he comes with a Carrier's Assault Cannon, which is 15 points. He has a close combat, which comes as standard, and he has a flamer. So it's like, I think flamers are like a 5 point or 10 point at most upgrade for a Gravis Power Fist, as they're called. So from 175 points, 200 points, 210, or you pay an extra 40 points to call it Ancient Rhinonaur. So I don't know what the coup is with that. Which is a bit, you're not going to take Ancient Rhinonaur because he's 40 points more for a Contemptor, and you're not getting any bonuses or anything for having him. So it just seems odd. Very odd. How's those sanguinary guards going for you, Curly? Are they behaving themselves? What am I doing? 310 compared to a standard Castaferum at 125. Yeah, so makes no sense. Yes. Sanguinary guy getting there, just going around with the red and constantly finding more blood drops on me. Yeah, I've painted some blood angels in the past. I know exactly how that feels. You think, oh, well, I've done a great job there. Oh, you motherfucker. Where did you come from? Why did you not stand out earlier? That's the last. The dudes. That's the thing. It's like you got to get your sort of quota of troops. So at the moment, completed, I've got 2 contemptors, 10 tactical, 10 seekers. Once these are done, that'll be 10-man tac support, not tac support, heavy support. Then got the Kratos, Alpharius, and what else is there? I've done 1 console. So obviously I've got the remainder of the box set, so which is a contemptor, another. I've got another 40 Marines because I bought from a bit site another 20 Mark 6, so I had 60 Mark 6 to start with. So I always like missile launchers. I like my sort of utilitarian weapon systems. So I've got them, and so I need to get some more troops, obviously, to back them up. I have upgrade kits for headhunters, which I was hoping to use Mark 6 for, but there's going to be a lot of work involved, I reckon, unless I can utilise some of the arms from the upgrade kits, because they're not like a proper multi-part plastic type thing. Why, thank you, Mouse. I was thinking about doing maybe going over these with some known. I'm not sure. I might leave it till later. But that's the sort of look they've got. So I'm not going to attach these until I've done the decals on the shoulder pads as well. So painting them up is one thing, but then attaching them, completely different operation. Hey, Judge, welcome, dude. How are you? How's your Titans going? Excellent. See, you already took the question out of my mind beforehand. But to continue your question, you said, Curly, I would like to have an army because I've got lots of stuff set aside. So I've got 3 rhinos. I've got another Kratos to do. Because you can have 2 in the squadron, so why not? I've also got a termite, and I've done the Leviathan as well. Sorry, I've done a Leviathan as well for these guys. And my idea would be to have a Leviathan in either a Legion drop pod, or if I can afford it, a Charybdis. So you've got attacking from above, below, and the front or the sides. Because I think that's a very head to the Hydra, all directions. And that's my thinking. That's what I'm planning on. But then I've just got to fill out these units, sort out these naughty little chaps with the. I'll get some Mark 4 to do the headhunters. But I don't know. I'll leave them for now anyway. I don't really need. I've got Seekers. They'll do a good job. As such. check reference. So I also need to get Leadbelcher out to do the bits and pieces. Big blaster. Oh, sweet. Sad to say I've only got my Direwolf base at the moment. No. How was your Side Titan game, Mouse, actually? I can't remember last time I saw you post up anything with that. Yeah, go get food. Feed yourself. We need you fully operational and full of yumminess. Updates on the jump. The rivets on those turbo lasers barrels nearly finished me. So tiny. Yeah. And that's the thing. We're dealing with small scale badassery. And I've even found myself sometimes like you go, oh, can I actually see them? I know they're there. I can hear voices. I think it's. Wonder if someone's going to come down and say hello. Because I had to bring back my partner's daughter's boyfriend, who's staying over for a while, and he's getting a guided tour at the moment. If I was in a tricksy mood, I'd actually go to the door and just shout at him. But he's a good kid. He's alright. Correct, I guess on a few the primer covers them. Yeah, say like primer wise, I tend to use, and I've said it hundreds of times before, Halford's grey primer, which is for those who are not in the UK, Halford's is a automotive suppliers of bits and pieces, not only parts, but obviously, things to keep them clean and things to paint them and if there's any damage. So they do it's a very good priming spray, which gives you quite a nice powder, sort of soft powder sort of thing. So finish, not rough, but it's good coverage. That's the main thing, and it goes over everything. Resin and no problems at all. And loads of hobbyists over here use it now because it gives a really good finish without obscuring it. As long as you sort of, don't go over the top and you give a good shake, you won't have too many problems. So if you're over this side of the world, Curly, I would recommend using that if you don't use it already. Again, I do not receive any kickbacks from Halfords. About 25. Yeah, no, there's a few. I always find the rivets on the shin guards and stuff. They're always a few there, which are really, really tiny. Two more. And I'm going to start doing lead belcher. I've got grenades to pick out and handles. I use that primer for these plague marines. It's good stuff, dude. I don't use any other primer. That is my go-to primer of choice. Get everything you want done. No problem. It's a push primary with lead belcher saves time. So that's the thing, because I also use lead belcher as my base coat though, not as a primer. So I do the primer, and with like, well, you'll know, obviously you're experienced with like plastic and resin as we all are. Obviously, if you just did lead belcher on resin and lead belcher on plastic, you do get a slight difference in the colour that you get at the end of the day. So that's why I just give that flat base with the grey primer and then hit it with the lead belcher. So when I do add like upgrades from Forge World, they should all tone evenly. So works for me, but that's me. That's what I do. Yes, it's using more paint, but I'm sort of looking at my models going, that looks different. Kind of looking for a dark brown or bronze primer, but it's been rough. Do you have like an airbrush, Curly, that you can use? Because Alex, who has been on here a few times, he normally messages me through the Forge of Mars Facebook page and like updates me with his hobby stuff. He uses not warpstone, warplock bronze, and then dry brushes over with lead belcher, and it gives a really good sort of, you know, bronzy, dark, you know, weathered look. It is really quite effective, and then he works from there. Yeah, so yeah, if you did do the warp block bronze as a base, just obviously go, you know, a bit looser on, you know, just wet the brush. I wouldn't do 2 coats, but that's me because I'm a lazy fucker. I would just go over it as thin as I can, but without losing too much. So even if you use like medium in it, to just water it down a bit, but not lose the pigment, if you know what I mean. And then dry brush, that might work. Yeah, there's lots of the bronze, like the Sycorax bronze I used that for my Minotaurs. So again, with that, I would prime it grey, then I'd do the Mournfang brown, and then dry brush over that with Sycorax, and then wash it with Agrax, and it just worked. It's all those sort of bronzes are, you know, they're very clumpy at times as well, but you know, the booba shakers are really helpful for getting that and putting ball bearings in your, or glass beads into your paint has really helped out a lot of these paints. Like Corax White, oh my god, I would have thrown my last pot because it's always like, let's open it, let's see. Yeah, so already sort of breaking down in there. So it's got ball bearings in, which helps. The old boober shaker. The ball bearing there. So yeah, that thing really does make a difference. I'll check out your suggestions as always. I have an airbrush I can use, but you have to have much better skill with yours at present. As I say, I normally just use airbrushes for just doing like a base coat. I don't do it for sort of details or anything like that. It's there to help get a thinner coat of those, you know, especially like wall block or lead belcher or whatever. I've used it before to do like glazes, not glazes, like agrax, or I've done a Bane blade with McCrag blue glaze, and that went on surprisingly well. And that's why I've always used it. And I do like how an airbrush does work with metallics, especially using, say, like agrax or maybe Knoll sort of thing. It makes it a little bit more different than just like brushing it on, if you know what I mean. All right, lead belcher, where the devil are you? Oh, there you are. Give you some booby shaker. Yeah, the booby shaker, Ivy got it for me for my birthday in May, which was a really lovely and generous gift, which really choked me up, funny enough, because I don't take well to receiving gifts. So he swings in off the top turnbuckle. Big fan of wall block, dry brush, over Sigil Brown is the usual method. So yeah, and airbrushing does, speed up the base coating element sort of thing, and it does give you a nice even thing, especially if you're using like really tricky colours like Corax white, or I suppose yellows as well in some respects, as long as you've got the sort of base work all sorted out for them. So here's like, that's just lead belcher, and I've just gone over it with some agrax. I think I went over a little bit, maybe seraphim afterwards, but that's given me a base to work from. I've got to do a lot more to it, but just show you how the difference on how washes go through airbrushes. You've got to do like real small nozzle when you're spraying, because otherwise it's just going to go but you can get a real nice look to it. It really does make a huge difference to how the paint reacts on metals, and I like that sort of older sort of stressed look to metals, which is really cool. Yeah, lead belcher, that's what I've got. I need a brush now. How's the R2D2 going, Heed? Are you going to put that into the loft work in progress? There's kids over the park now. turned up at last. Suppose we can't have a weekend without them, really. Just starting bag 11 out of 13. Well, that's not bad going, really. Has it been a good build for you? Holsters. Split. Damn you, brush. Grenades. I get a different brush. Foot. Speaking of washes, will people be picking new ones when they come out? Yeah, probably. I do tend to, because they're all useful in their own way, shape, or form. So it's very handy to have those to hand and not, really. So you know, I have got, like, from the last contrast that came out, I have got some I haven't even touched still. But one day I might be doing that project and I go, oh, I've got something that might do. And I do use a lot of washes in contrast more than other paints for things now as well. I was just trying to think, like, out of all my sort of heresy projects, I've done well, army wise. So my Ultramarines were using the Crag blue glaze to paint them. My my Emperor's Children was Drushy Violet, a couple of coats of Drushy Violet over Lead Belcher, and that was them. Obviously, with Titans, I've used contrasts quite a lot on a few of the Legios. It's only really Fire Wasps, Solaria, and Krytos, and Audax. Yeah, so those ones I haven't used then, but Vulturum, Fortidus, Demisium, I've used. I didn't use them on Ozidax, so Outland and Vulturum I haven't. So yeah, so it's Fortidus, Demisium, Volcanum. So 3 of them. So the three out of the 4 last Titan Legions I have done with contrasts, I should say. Yeah, at some point some of the contrast too. I use contrast a ton for blending and tinting base coats. Yep. Yep, been good at, considering he's a little bit on legs. There's not much repetition. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. Yeah, the new contrast paints look great. Eager to give them a go. I was watching Electric Eve on her Twitch yesterday, and it got mentioned about the new contrast and stuff, and I said about, you know, the contrast yellows they've got out in particular. I said, you know, I would have, you know, I would have liked to used them. I would have liked to have done an Imperial Fist army like years ago, but because of my fear and hatred of painting yellow, I never did. And then M just literally said, "Oh, I've got," because she gets sent out these sort of things to promote, and so she got out a model that she had like coated in white, and then just showed off how these paints work. And as I say, like the magenta one in particular, she was like really like gushing over it because it's like it just works so well. But yeah, even the yellows that she did demonstrate on, it was like, wow, they're really quite impressive. How sort of the colour holds and not too sort of runny and stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting hold of some myself at some point. One day. The yellows and oranges look incredible. As someone who has painted quite a few orange marines now, it's a godsend. Just making sure that I've got those parts that I need to get done. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like when Contrast first came out, it was like, oh, what the hell is this shit? And yeah, it has definitely added an extra string to my bow, because I do use contrast quite a lot for all sorts. Like even like the Naz drag yellow, I use that for doing golds. On like, so if you've got silver, you go over that, and it really does give it that sort of nice like antique gold sort of look. I just want the purple because like my squigs, but won't use my serum. I have older GW paints I need to get through before they go bad. Like the real old ones, they just last. I've still got some like ones from like 20 odd years ago. Like, even some like hexagonal ones. Yeah, I really like Basilicanum Grey. And yeah, Agrax is my go-to wash in most cases. But yeah, the Basilicanum Grey, especially like on Titans, for like cabling and stuff like that, it's just amazing. This little thing, this little data pad thing. You've seen like the Primaris dudes where they have the sort of like arm mounted sort of thing comes that flips over and they're like. I did one Primaris who had one of those things, and I put him that was like playing Pac-Man. It's like little kid. I go, oh, that'd be so funny. And I just chuckled to myself, as I often do. Sweet break. Busy. No, these aren't that old, but they're a couple of years maybe. They separate to go in and mix and add medium. All those, yeah. get that with Corex White after about a week. Stuff just like, oh my god, it's like solid. Yeah, I used to use Black Templar as well for a while, but then I don't really like too sharp and shiny black, so that's why I sort of digress to the Basilicanum. And I think it depends on the mix as well, because my Basilicanum, my first Basilicanum, was a lot sort of darker in comparison to my most recent Basilicanum. So yeah, annoying. Oh, that's a fault. Damn it. I just realised there was the nozzles I do in a Belcher as well. Oh really? You're such a big twat. Sorry, the kids are running up and down the slide in the playground out the back because they're kids. Well, they're not kids because obviously way past their bedtime. Young humans. Beep, 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 beep. It's a colour I use a lot, like Avalon. It's a non-issue. If it's one I don't, needs TLC to remain short. Vallejo 306 Panzace is dark rubber done. Ah. See, that's the thing. It's like there's so many paints out there, and you know, as I was saying earlier on before you actually came on, Mouse, like I've learned so much stuff from everyone who's participated in this hangout on a Saturday. Um, it's been really, really useful. So I know I've learned stuff from you. I've learned stuff from Rob. There's, even Ivy's like taught me a few things from what she does, and I'm sure there's been others as well. So it's handy to have you guys and girls, and we just share the information, we share the hobby, we share the love. It's all cool. We like being laid back and chill, don't we? I found that you can shake the Basilicanum differently when you really want to use it as a wash or a shade, or remixes up the pigmentation. Yeah, well, I was always told when I went and picked up my order of contrast when they first came out, the manager of the GW where I ordered them quite literally said, "No, you've got to shake them and then shake them again. You really need to sort of get them to waken up the awesomeness inside. But just a quick shake's not really going to do it. So you really got to shake it to really get it to work how you want it to work. Seat paint there, even. One of the TV presenters, if I remember correctly, mentioned something about the white pigment in the contrast, which makes sense seeing how it settles. Ordered a new airbrush because my Neo work was kind of bit the bucket on me, so hopefully it kicked the bucket, yeah. Whatever. Sweet. Why the sprays suck. Yeah, that's the thing. The lighter the colours like yellow and white, yeah, you always have issues with them, don't we? Although hearing a lot about white inks, a few people use white inks, but then again they're using them through airbrush as well. So I'm kind of happy that I've utilised the airbrush on these guys, because I don't think I would have done as good a job with the brush, which would have been a tragedy. Double checking the ones I've done. Aha! I missed off his handle of his gun. Doesn't hurt to double check. Two more do's to do with the lead belcher section of the evening. You can use it via brush tooling. I've done it. Really? Alright, okay. I thought it was like, because being an ink, I was thinking like it'd be a lot thinner, you know, and harder to work with. But if you say so, I believe you. I trust your word. Nice. Almost there for this part. Put that down there for a sec. Oh, have a little stretch. How is everyone's hobby going? Oh, wow. Two sweets. It's very thin, but it's a bit of a learning curve. But start by mixing it in with your regular white instead of a thinner, and you're over half there. Cool. Mind you, I'm also one of those that paint vehicles by brush, so shrugs, I don't mind. Yeah, I would normally go sort of, depends what legion and all that, but obviously, luckily for me, with Emperor's Children, for example, again, Halford's Primer, Lead Belcher, and then I would use Corax Grey for their tanks. The sweets I'm currently on is I'm finishing off the Wine Gums Tangy. And the last one is a red one. Yeah. Look at that little juicy baby. I hope you saw it, because it's in my mouth now. I had to hand prime here due to the humidity until I got an airbrush, so I'm slowly learning to do more than just base coat minis with it. Painting wise, I love how many techniques I've been coming through from the fine art world in the last few years. You never used to hear about using oil washes or flow improver. No, that is true. I knew of the existence of like flow improvers and stuff because a store near where I work had like an artist supplies section. So I'd go in there, look around, buy brushes, see if they had any, interesting paints or something. Because you can still get quality brush, but cheaper than what Games Workshop's brushes are. And obviously there was a lot of like Winsor and Newton stuff over there. But yeah, I like the medium in particular. Like you normally have your sort of these sort of pots. Like this is hard coat, but you have them, and it's like £5-6 nowadays. You can get something that was probably how much? 24 milliliters. You're probably saying like about 200 milliliters for about £2 more of medium, acrylic medium as well. So it works. That's what I got that out for. input screen. Larium medium or whatever. You got back. Larium medium. Is one of but a proper flow improver is insanity. Yeah, but then obviously with flow improvers, it does take longer for it to dry, and you can get those like flow retarders and stuff as well. All right. Have we got some Dryad bar, which we have right there? I'll do the holsters and pouches now, because I'm in that kind of mood, doing holsters and pouches. This is where it gets to the sexy part. Pardon me. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think of finally trickling over more from the other modelers and more than say fine art, though fine art is a definite influence. All the streams are crossing. Just finished the red and switched to black, immediately discovered a large area of red I completely missed. It's always the way, Curly, always the way. The amount of times they say it doesn't really matter. So you notice it, you go bugger. Like I'll often like as I'm doing something, I'll look, oh right, I've missed that. I'll just put that model to one side and then just go back to it once I've finished the phase that I'm doing. I'm not gonna like let's say if I saw something now, I wouldn't stop painting the pouches and holsters because that's what I'm planning on doing, and then I go back to what needs to be addressed afterwards. If you start all the time, you don't get anywhere. For fuck's sake. One of the lovely parts of YT, etc., is so nice to see so many cross pollinations, so to say. Though I hate that. It always seems to happen, though. Hashtag one of us. So it's nice to say I do watch other like, well, Twitch streamers sort of thing. So like Crystal McDowell, Electric Eve, Laz Hammer when she was painting. She's back painting now, but I haven't seen the painting because it's normally at different times and stuff. So Darcy Bono, Nikki Knowles as well. I've been seeing a bit recently on her Twitch channels. So yeah, it's nice just to hang out, see what's going on, and I say like it's like giving that support to people with their hobby projects and stuff. they're taking the time out to entertain us, so take the time to be nice and watch them. Hey Sif, hello buddy, how are you? What are you up to tonight? Are you hobbying or are you just popping in to say hi? Seems great in principle. Practice, I always have a pile of minis. Yeah, my schedule sucked recently. I'm missing everyone live except you. Oh, well, as I said, well, actually, wasn't you on the other week? I'm sure I saw you on Nikki Knowles, and I was like, "Hi, Mouse." But there's so many people watching her. It's like messages go woo. But yeah, no, it's always appreciated to have you here, Mouse. You know that. You're part of the part of the crew, part of the team, part of the family, and you are the master of assassins of when it comes to bots. Not that we get that many, but when we have, you've been exceptionally efficient with their deaths. So thank you for that. Always appreciated. And as I say, having you in the chat as well is really nice because it's giving me something to do as well than just sit here and painting. I like to talk, and you do help out with that quite a lot. So really appreciate you being here. And it's never a problem. As I said, it's not compulsory viewing or anything like that. Don't feel obliged. But it's always lovely to see you here anyway, Mouse. You know that I say it enough times. I'm not getting sentimental. You're getting sentimental. Oh, painting Brood Brother Colt heavy weapons platform. Oh, you dirty sod. You dirty, dirty boy. Just be careful if you pop into Crystal's channel Forge, isn't it? Yeah. No. I got. I think she'd done it out of vengeance. I don't know. It was really nice of her. It was like I was, because it was a charity stream, and it was her birthday stream as well. And I just knew people come in. I was just doing, because I learned to do the exclamation mark donate, so I was doing that anyway, providing a service to try and help raise more money to hit the target that she had set, sort of thing. And she made me a mod, and I even said to her, I said, "Oh, don't make me a mod. Don't do it," sort of thing, because I'll get drunk on power, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And then she made me a mod, and I just thought it'd be. I honestly, I did think it would just be so hilarious if I just like put people in timeout and just go, "Ha ha ha ha! I'm here." And then I thought better of it, and didn't do it. But I mentioned it, and I mentioned it and got told off. Yeah, I had about 30 minutes before work. She's doing mostly days now, so I miss a lot. Oh. Yeah, I know. She has been a lot earlier, because I noticed that as well. I thought, oh, Nikki's on. Okay. Just checking, especially when she was painting up her war mask. I thought, something I know about. And Legio Kratos as well. It's like, something I definitely know something about. Painting enough for Legio Kratos. But she's obviously painted hers a lot better. But it looks really, really nice. Oh, sorry. An exceptional paint job. Part of the true part of the ship. Crew, damn it. Oh, dude. What was the name of your mighty vessel, sir? That you've served majestically on. I can't think of my words. I'm on my 6th beer, so I do apologise. Yeah, what was the name of your ship? Because I don't think I've ever asked you. Can't trust our old mods. That's why. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I like to make an appearance with the War Masters. You know, with my Instagram in particular, like my War Masters have you know, gotten the most interest overall and stuff, and everyone likes to see the big models. You know, Warhounds are cute, but War Masters is just like, oh hello. So yeah, that's why I took them down there, to just like, you know, so people could see them all and go, oh look, War Masters. So I think there's probably like the most War Masters in Warhammer World as well, on one day. I don't know. I like to think that. I like to think I do sort of those sort of things, and people enjoy seeing them. And I was talking to a few people that day as well, asking questions and all that sort of stuff. So it was, it's nice for me as well. You know, I don't just do it for compliments and stuff. I like, you know, it's a hobby. I like to sort of share my hobby, and hopefully some people think, you know what, I'm going to get one of those things. They look cool, because you can't tell from a box. First, oh, well done, son. You've swooped in to claim first after Ivy got first. Yeah, she was in here. Bong, done. HMS Echo gone. Sorry. Was you on it long, like many years, or you know? Was that the one you went out to Mallorca on? Was it Mallorca? No, Malta. Was it Malta? No, Gibraltar. Because that's when you saw Steve Prado, wasn't it? You did your little selfie done with him. Well, she kept you straight, she kept you honest, she kept you afloat, and she brought you home on many occasions. And that's all that matters, mate. She was a good ship, and she had a good crew. Obviously, present company excluded, because obviously we know that you're wrong. Wow, that's a lot of miles covered. But as I say, it kept you safe from harm and brought you home, and that's the most we can ask of a ship. To take you to strange new worlds, new life, and new civilizations. To boldly go where everybody's been before. But no, it's yeah, because a ship to a sailor is, you know, is your home, isn't it? So you know, you have that bond with it. You look after it; it looks after you. That's kind of cool. And obviously, you know, the other services don't understand that. The sea is your mistress, but your ship is your mother and your father. Mostly your mother. He'll look after you. Second. Yeah, it was cool seeing the games as well. I was going past. I think I had a brief word. We had a brief word, but there was a lot. There was so much going on. So yeah, it was quite intense at times. There was a few moments where like people coming up to us, and like, they weren't even with our group either. You know, it was people that was like, you know, seeing the things. A couple of kids as well, which obviously when kids come over, you've got to sort of, you know, stop and like have a proper sort of chat with them, don't you? Sort of thing, you know. You got to corrupt the young to get them into this sort of hobby. But no, it's nice seeing their sort of excitement as well, because it just reminds me of when I was young, watching, like, not watching, but you know, reading the old sort of like books for like Space Marine and Adeptus Titanicus and the little sidebar stories and stuff like that, and then seeing those models just really does sort of like add something to the whole thing, doesn't it? So yeah, you have you, because yeah, you had some stuff at home, didn't you? So have you opened up any of the boxes yet, Curly? Did you get on it, or did you ignore it? Cheers, mouse. Been to the North Pole on a US submarine. Oh, bloody hell. So next time I need to go to South Pole. Yeah, definitely. Well, North Pole you can go under, can't you? South Pole you can't. So that would have been fucking bonkers. Being under the fucking North Pole ice cap. I'm just going for a swim. Yes. Icebreaker. I always fancied, you know, I honestly, hand on my heart, I always fancied doing work on an icebreaker just for the opportunity to go and break some ice, see some uh, absolute sort of like glacial tundra and stuff like that. You know, just seeing that, being in those environments, because they always have that sort of mystique to them, because they're like not really explored as much as, well, not, we can't really say most places have been explored, but you don't often go there. It's for those like Sir Edmund Hillary type people. I knew you was a submariner because I saw your dolphins. You can get them on Amazon for about £7, but I knew that you got them legitimately. I don't even properly get that, and I've been working on the water for 15 years or so now. I just get home sure at the end of the day. He was a fireman apparently. Because yeah. Now I'm a skimmer twat. If you see your brother, say hi, Deeps. I'm lost in the conversations now. Sorry. Heresy or AT will do. I have the Princess box and got halfway through before getting distracted. Heresy wise, I have an existing unfinished Salamander's Force. I'm planning to get the box set for Badab Minotaurs. He was stationed in Hawaii. A lot less glamorous when you realise it was for 7 months under the sea, no landfall. Yeah. how bad is that? It's like, yeah, we're based in Hawaii. I haven't actually been on land yet. Just been under it. Broke through ice at North Pole, 6-foot thin patch, had 24 hours at North Pole on surface, minus 55 and 24-hour darkness. Yeah, you went there at the best time of year. You can see everything. But that's the thing, though, is like my my uncle was in the Merchant Navy, and like when I spoke to him in my teenage years, sort of trying to learn stuff, because I fancied working. I was asking about what it was like to be in the Merchant Navy, because I was thinking of going that way, sort of, because if Uncle Ken can do it, you know, and he's seen the world, I can do it as well, sort of thing. And I was asking about it. I just remember him telling us where going around the Pacific, and him and his mate would basically, like, you know, on their sort of off duty time, be sitting up on the deck observation sort of thing, with a couple of with like a pack of beers and that, and they'd be like, you know, counting shooting stars and stuff like that, and it was just like really sort of like quite magical to hear as he's like remembering sitting up there. It's like it's just so dark, like, you know, especially like if it's a moonless night, and you see stars everywhere, and then you're just seeing these like little shooting stars and all that. Because you've got such a wide vista to look around, you tend to see a few more than the average bear, because there's no light pollution and stuff like that. And it was just like, I thought, wow, that would be amazing to see. But yeah, he's never got there, obviously, landlocked. No stolen valor here, just old time done. 3 medals and 1 for Iraq. Thank you for your service. Right, yeah, you had to say that. Yeah. Keep us safe, dude. And obviously keep us safe from those polar bears. I've got a bad feeling for them. You break that ice up. Sorry. Killer Joe, you put our Underworld lesson with Chrissy in effect yet. I've played 1 game so far. No real scene around me, so sadly not so far. Have to say it didn't instantly grab me in the same way Kill Team did, but I totally want to give it a few games. Well, that's absolutely fair. That's the thing. Like I played Rob in a little demo game when I went round to his and Crystal's about a month or so ago, and yeah, I like the flow of Kill Team. And I like the idea of it. Like, obviously, they was sort of, like, he was helping me sort of like with how to do things, and I beginner's luck, because like we didn't even finish the first turn because we were too busy talking about, you know, the lore and ideas that he has for his sort of like, you know, his stories and stuff and backgrounds for his armies and stuff like that, and yeah, talking to them both as well, like, because obviously Crystal was sitting down reading one of her dragon's porn books. Or something at the time, but obviously she reads so much stuff. It's amazing how many books she can get through, like reading on her Kindle and stuff. But yeah, we didn't finish the first turn, and I'd killed half his force for the loss of none of my own. It was like, whoa. I wasn't trying to, like, you know, be, you know, this devastated, but he had some really bad dice rolls, and I had some exceptionally good ones, and just like dead. He's like, oh, yeah, he's dead. So I'm like, oh, sorry. But you know, Rob was. I absolutely love him to bits. Rob, he's such an enthusiastic hobbyist. And say he does rub off, you know. And say we're sitting there playing this game, and when I returned the favour and done AT, his little eyes lit up, and you can see that little flame of like, I want robots, I want stompy robots now. And I say it's a shame that the Crystal's event, you know, because I was sitting there after playing Gondas in that game. You know, I had nothing else to do really, so obviously I just faffed around, chatted, sort of thing. But you know, if we do another one, if you want a demo game or anything, just let us know. We'll organise something. You know, we'll just do it simple. Like Danny got a demo game. You know, he didn't finish it, but because he said I've got 45 minutes. Well, okay, and we was going through it and like doing the bits and pieces and like giving a basic idea of how to play the game, and he enjoyed himself. But and then he had to shoot, so literally. But yeah, he's such a great little system to work with. It is really enjoyable, and the models, as you've seen, because you've seen them, you know, they look good. They're a nice size as well. You know, compared to the old style stuff. You know, if you put one of the older like AT like warlords, it's not even really the size of a warhound. It's tiny, you know. So yeah, it really does add that sense of like scale, magic. And I think we were talking about like with the basing as well. If you put those like Civitas building bits onto the bases, it definitely makes it look more intimidating and like you go, well, that's a building, you know. Like some of my you know, the warhounds for Solaria, you know, they've got, you know, demolished buildings on their bases, but it gives you that sort of sense of scale, and you just think, wow. Whereas if you just got like a desert base with no detail on it at all, it doesn't really give that same effect. But when you do that sort of scale model, you know, awesomeness, it really does add something to it. Makes it more believable, and that's what we want in our hobby, isn't it? To suspend disbelief. Yeah, who doesn't love big stumpy robots? Everybody loves stumpy robots. Even if you deny it, you love them. They're just awesome. And the kits go well together as well. Yeah, I remember you telling us about the engine stuff and how can overheat. it, that's the thing. It is risk reward. It gives you so much more than just like, it's not just straightforward dice rolls. You know, you've got maneuverability. You know, putting your Titan in the right position, as well as maintaining your reactor. Because you know, if you go a little bit like crazy with the old reactor side of things, you could blow yourself up. And you know, if you blow yourself up right next door to somebody, not a problem. If you're doing it amongst your own forces, that is a problem. But as I said to you, you know, it adds to the fun. It's the danger, the risk, and that's what, you know, games are about. It's not just like playing it safe, because you can't play it safe. Sometimes you're going to have to push that reactor and then hope for the best. But it gives you that sort of, you know, that extra edge to the game. As if Sif's still here, because he bore witness to the ultimate reactor meltdown, which happened literally 3 weeks ago, Wednesday, three years ago, Wednesday, in the 2019 Titan Walk up in Milton Keynes, and there was like in our scenery, we had this big wall going the length of the battle mat, and you had a warbringer, a warlord, several warhounds, and a couple of reavers on their side, you know, facing off against the loyalists. And we started the first like there's been an exchange of fire and people pushing reactors for shield saves and re-rolls and stuff like that. And Matt Wingrove had his first time he's took his Warbringer out, and it was like first game syndrome sort of thing, new model syndrome, and we'd focus fire on it. He's like, done the old shield saves and stuff like that. He still had a shield up, but it came to first fire, and sorry, I first fired my 2 Warhounds. He's gone to all power to voids, which you can call before you make a dice roll. So if you do that, it costs you. You have to roll your reactor dice. You might get nothing. You might get 1. You might get 2. You might get a machine spirit. He rolled 2 on that. Lost the shield, and then the follow-up shot from the other Titan was to shoot it in the head, shot it in the face with a turbo laser. But his shields were gone. But those 2 reactors put his Titan into the red. So when it came round to the repair phase, you have to roll, because you're in the red, you got to roll on the reactor table. And because it's in the red, it adds to the number. So like I think that adds 2 to your dice roll, and he rolled a 10, which is meltdown. He basically blew up, killing 2 other Titans, badly damaging 3 other Titans, sort of thing, because he's been pushing his reactor so much in the first turn, and that last roll from my little first fire attack just popped him right into the sweet spot of the reactor, and he just meltdown city. And there's this great photograph that somebody took of about 4 of the Loyalist Princeps standing there just laughing at how hilarious it was. And it's just a beautiful moment. We voted him our MVP. But I claim the kills because I put him in the red, so it's only fair. It was such a shame, but it was so funny. It really was. And as I say, we still talk about it on regular occasions throughout the year. Oh dear, I love telling that story. It's so sweet. We've even changed the rules so you can't do it again to make it fairer on other players. Oh dear. It was beautiful. You could not. It actually reminds me of because I've talked about it loads of times, but for those who don't know, I played in a demonstration game at Horus Heresy Weekender in 2017 when they were showing it off, which was sort of something to do with like something that I was trying to organise anyway. But this happened, and we was on the 3rd turn, and the Loyalists had 5 engines, and they had 3 engines left. We killed one, and because we killed that one, we thought, oh well, we'll just it's a demo game. Let's take our foot off the pedal, sort of thing. One of our Titans in the repair phase blew up because he was trying to repair himself, but he was so badly damaged. He said, no, that's it. I can't take it anymore. And he blew up. And then when we was doing some movement, there was a Warhound, and the guy who was in charge was this Scottish guy. I can't remember his name, but I always remember the name of that he named his Warhound, which was Wee Bob. And he wanted to run Wee Bob behind this warlord that was walking along because he was coming in from the flank. And I said, yeah, go for it, sort of thing. I said, like, if you just go here, just move, turn, you're in it sort of like, you're in a good position there, sort of thing. But he wanted to go to boost his speed, to his movement, so he can go that little bit extra and turn. And I said, like, okay, you can do that, yeah. I said, you don't need to, but it's a demo game, so whatever, yeah, do whatever you want to make, just just have fun. So he boosted it, and James Hewitt, who was running the game, was basically like, okay, anything but a 10 for some reason, because we didn't have a reactor dice. That was it. So he said, like, anything but a 10. And he rolled a dice, he rolled a 10, and so he blew up. And damaged 2 of our Titans and the Warlord a little bit. And that's been the game end pretty much. So from the start of the turn, we were 5-3. End of the turn, we were 3-2. But we're still in a better position anyway. I'm back. Hello, little one. Your brother was around earlier on. He turned up, claimed first as well. Claimed first position. I told him he couldn't have it because you had beaten him to it. I did notice as I was chatting, doing pouches, that I had missed a grenade on something. I just got to find the bugger. Oh, there he is. Did you have a nice munchies? That reminds me of a Warcom battle report where Nick went first, turn boost to charge his Warlord forward and promptly immobilised it. I remember when Nick was when they were doing on the Warhammer TV, they were doing a live battle report type thing, and it was Nick versus Rob. I think that Rob was commentating, and Nick was playing with Gulliman against somebody's like Chaos forces, and they had some like Cornate dude, and it was like come down to this attack, and it's like you've got to get a 6, nothing else would do, and he rolled that 6. It's just like he just got it at the like last fight of the session, and he kills this like Cornate dude and just absolutely pulverized him. So it's just like, yeah, and I just like, 6 happens. It's like, it just like comes in here. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do slightly modify the things. So as I say, like with the explosion size of things, we make them a little bit smaller, so you don't absolutely decimate. Because in AT it is unforgiving at times. But in the bigger games, because people are coming from all over the country, and you're paying to participate in this thing, and some people might only have one Titan, sort of thing, and to like imagine your first game out, you move your Titan a bit of a distance, and somebody next to you blows up and then sets off a detonation, like chain reaction, and takes you out even before you've done anything. So we've sort of simplified it and condensed it. We don't also, for speed, because obviously when you've got like the last one, we had 92 Titans plus Knights. So to streamline it, we done away with the falling over rules. So you can either have like basic like your magazine detonation, meltdown, but you basically don't spread out, sort of thing. So you can do a bit of damage, but it's not as devastating as if you done it normally, because that can be, as I said, like you just blow up one, blow up another, and then that's got to do its thing. Oh, it blows up, and then it does, depends on the reactor how wide the thing is. So it can be quite a devastating thing, like a chain reaction. And being hit from behind, you might have had your Titans moving forward and the Titan behind you blows up. You're being hit in the rear. You can't make shield saves against it. So it's doing increased damage as well. And whatever the strongest weapon that Titan that blew up, that's what you're getting in your ass. And that's not fun. Especially if it's a warlord and he's got like, volcano cannon is his strongest weapon. So it's 12 plus 2, so it's 14 damage. It's almost like, if you roll a 2, you've critted something. In most cases. Though on the Sunday after meetup, there was a big Titans and Knights game at Warhammer World, which was using the Heresy Wolf set. Yeah, there's been a few people, like Benjamin Greaves, I know a few years back, had a birthday meetup, and there was like loads of Titans on, warlords and that on a 6x4 table, like several tables together. But they're just standing there. It's just like, well, if you both move forward, you're practically, kissing. Cool. I probably asked before. Totally forgot. First, yes. Cole, did you see the ones where they've introduced Magnus and his new models and basically died immediately? That's the thing. Is that sometimes you just can't write what happens. It is really nice to have a few instances. When I was doing the old conflict things, I remember there was. No, it wasn't conflict. It was up at Warhammer World. It was the first time I went to Warhammer World. It was what was the supplement? They'd done the Deep Strike thing, Planet Strike or whatever it was. Yeah. So we was playing that with it was a gaming group called the Temporous Fugitives or something like that. I can't remember or Templars Fugitives. I don't know. And this one guy was playing Ultramarines, and he was using Pedro Cantor rules on his Ultramarine captain, because back in those days you could. This is like 2008, 2009, whatever edition that was, I don't know. But with Planet Strike, me and my mate had 2 Bastions models, which you could deep strike. So we had them. Well, we set up ourselves. Sorry, we was the defender, so we set up our things anyway. But he deep striked a Bastion right over our defences. Like we put like laser grid sort of thing. He's just dropped it on there, and then there was the most perfect deep striking drop pod right where the sweet spot, and dudes run out and started attacking our sort of defences and stuff. So like we was really impressed by how precise these deep strikes. We thought, wow, that was like perfect. That is very Ultramarine-y. And then it came through his Terminators to drop down, and he got a Perils, which was the one where it's basically okay. The your opposing player gets to place your Titans, and we were your Terminators. And the way we were playing the table, like me and my mate deliberately set up on. We was on the long edge, so it was like short end, so 4 foot end of things, and we'd set up our 2 bastions there. And then so we were really tightly enclosed. So obviously, when these Terminators turned up and we got Perils on the wall, not Perils, the deep strike mishaps, we stuck them right at the other end of the table. Said bye, see you later, suckers. You're not getting over here anytime soon. So that entire unit was like. But those little happenstances are always fun to happen. Not for the player concerned, but it's in the rules. I ain't gonna. Oh yeah, mishaps. I'm not going to put you anywhere near than you have. No, you're going over there. I've got all your assault marines attacking my bloody broadsides. You know, just sod that for a game of soldiers. Warlord, multiple warhounds, Porphyrions, and tons of Serastus and Christoris. Yeah, that's beautiful. It's a beautiful sight, no matter what. Yeah, Lee, that makes sense. New model syndrome is a real thing. Yeah. Not triggered a wing growth effect. New 1,500 pound model syndrome is even more painful. It's how we managed to take out a few warlords with a few warhounds. See, that's the thing. It's like at the last walk we participated in, Rob, who's got like a precept mana pool of Solaria, which are absolutely gorgeous. So if you don't follow Rob, whose Instagram is icon74, go check him out because he's got some fucking awesome paint schemes and models. He's a really talented bastard, but we love him. We love him lots. But yeah, check him out because he's got some really nice stuff. But he was walking with my Ignatum, and we was up against three guys. But one of them only had one Titan, but there was like 4 warlords. And between me and Rob, we had 2 warlords. We had more hounds. Reavers were about equal, I think. And yeah, we absolutely we took them to town. Absolutely annihilated them. And like Rob had his one warhound, like he had 2, he lost 1. But the one that survived just would not die. And he just like, nah, I'm gonna kill everyone. Psychotic little thing. It was a beautiful story, like just making those rolls and not getting the damage. You know, it's just pure sort of like joy on his face. He's like, oh yeah, I made those saves. Frustrating but fun at the same time. Well, they only had 1 hound left, but I don't know if you were in the WhatsApp group when it was saying to Ben, yeah, you only had the 1 hound because someone was playing with our friend Ben. He was playing Heresy in the next room at Greetings for the Warp, so he donated his 2 warhounds to the Traitors' Cause. Rob killed 1, and there was 1 left, and it was getting to the close of the game. So I basically, the person who was playing it, I said, look, if you surrender, we'll give you fair terms. We'll treat you fairly, but you will be punished, but we won't destroy you. And the guy, John, who was in command, said, oh yeah, whatever. It's the end of the day. Yeah, fine, I'll take it. So he surrendered. In the chat, Ben was going, no, fuck that, I wouldn't have surrendered. I just kept going. So I went, okay, if you want to keep going, that's fine. We'll keep going. So I actually done the dice rolls of what would happen next. So this lone warhound, and I counted him, he had like shields and everything, but from the position where we left off, he was facing Rapturus, my Reaver Titan with twin melter cannons and a turbo laser. Now, the turbo laser, he was within range, so he couldn't use the turbo laser, but he still had those 2 things. He fired at me because I was in close range to him. Got some shield damage down, and then he got a strip of shields, and he shot with a turbo laser, got 1 hit, and only done like 1 damage sort of thing, which is quite hard because I think he hit me in the head, so it's really hard because of the levels you got to get the damage up. And then I fired back with the squadron of warhounds that were behind him, which literally just stripped his shields and then just shot him up the arse, and he died in a fireball. So Rapturus didn't even get the fire back because he just got ramshambolied by the two warhounds that were behind him. So, and I just said, look, you know, you got some damage, all right, and you made your shield saves and you know, done quite well, but shields went down, and then you got shot, and then bosh, you got four, you know, I think it was like 3 criticals from the plasma blast gun that shot him. It was so yeah, he died. He wanted to die. I offered him amnesty, but he didn't want amnesty. He said, "No, I'll keep on fighting." All right, okay, we'll do this then. Yeah. See, and that's why I said to you. That's why Phil likes playing alongside me, because one, I draw a lot of fire, and two, you usually win, and win with style. Because I think we got me and Phil on that the beachhead that we went to. Yeah, we lost one Titan. That was Iracundus, because obviously I was being targeted by about 5 or 6 Titans between him and Templar's Vengeance, my warlord. It was like all these shots just coming in, and I was just making shield saves. It was just like silly, just how well my shield saves were. And they were even coming over to watch me roll, and I'm like, there you go. You're witness. You're standing there, yeah. Because they're just like, oh, you must be cheating. I'm not fucking cheating. But yeah, look, I'm making my fucking self so. Yeah, we lost the one Titan, which was Iracundus, which Rob C got in the last sort of turn of firing. Because yeah, when they stripped the shields, they every shot they'd done, they just took out a weapon, and it was a different weapon each time. So it's just like, so you can't even double up on the shots. Literally, I only had like an Iracundus only had the Las Blaster left. Templar's Vengeance only up until the last turn, because he managed to repair its Sun Fury, I think. And yeah, it was just like, oh, it just every weapon system went down. But yeah, we killed quite about six Titans, I think, between us, and we lost one. So it's just like, well, there you go, you know. And if the game had carried on, our warhounds would have been in amongst like side arcs, rear arcs of some of their bigger engines, and we would just absolutely decimate them. But game had to finish at some point. It was a long bridge maps that they played. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, I would like to do that with AT and like have the Titans walk towards each other, just like long range, long range, long range, medium range, short, medium, long. You know, and just, you know, because that's how battles would be. You wouldn't just be like there, just like have that long 12-foot walk, take your fucking ages, but still, it would be fun. Yeah, he said he would had never given up, so you killed him anyway. Yeah, he had the option. I gave it to him. He refused it. I kill. Oh yeah, well that was a Sunday, wasn't it? With you against Dave. It's probably because I was getting all the luck, so I just absorb all the luck to me. What the fuck was I doing anyway? Right, yeah, just check these dudes. And just realised I've missed off. Because what I do with the backpacks, I do these bottom nozzles in Lead Belcher as well. So got to do them. How is everybody's hobby projects going? Are we all cool? Are we all groovy? Are we still having fun? That's too big. How's them Rocket Boys getting on? I finished my 10-man Terminator squad and painting the Spartan taxi now. Well, tomorrow. Yeah, they're coming along nicely. Obviously, I've been doing a lot of talking tonight, so which is always fun. As I say, that's why I do this. You know, to hang out with everybody, and you know, we can't all be in the same room. It would be nice one day. You know, hobby hangout live. But yeah, they're coming along quite nicely. I'm sure the Heed has finished his R2D2 build. I've seen he was on bag 11 like an hour ago. Unless he's just given up for the night. You would love a live hobby hangout. It would be cool, wouldn't it? Last bag, see? I had faith in you, dude. I knew you'd get in there. Let's get that bag done, and then beep, 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 as R2 would say. No, I can't do R2 impressions, unfortunately. I just realised that. I just went to like, can't do them. Definitely can't do them. 100% cannot do them, and I won't do them because I can't do them. Chewbacca. Yoda. 100 years you're rich. Looks so good you were not. Oh, seagulls. Do, 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 do. I love that song. Seagulls, stop it now. Sorry, I'll stop singing. There was more Pingu than R2. Yeah, I know. Pingu. I did used to enjoy Pingu. Yes, I was too old to watch Pingu, but I still watched it. Newt, motherfuckers. That's the thing when you've got kids. The throat is a little bit yeah, it was too much talking tonight. I don't think I'll be able to do it properly. And to be fair, my Chewbacca is not the best. There are several people that I know personally who do a much better you know, sort of thing, where they get the rasping rolling tongue, kind of thing. Which is more like Peter Griffin doing a Chewbacca impression. Lois. There's yes. So it's Dewey. Brian. O'Brien. Cool quip. What now? Cool quip. O'Brien. Wake up, sleepyhead. That's rambling now. That's, no, Yoda again. I can't really go for it. I can imagine John Ashton does a really good, fantastic Chewie. You know, it's the thing. The hair does help. So like on end of October, my mate Brian Jenkins has his yearly birthday party Star Wars roleplay weekend, and we've been doing it for now for like, this would be our 3rd year of this campaign, and I play a Wookiee because I thought it'd be hilarious to play a Wookiee, and he said, "Okay, I'll let you play a Wookiee, but just so you know, you have to be a Wookiee in character. You can't, you know, you just have to speak Wookiee." So I'm like, challenge accepted. So I was just going and stuff like that, and stuff, and talking. And my mate Paul, who turns out to be I'm his Chewie to his Han, but he does the voice of Krog, you know, the rock dude out of Thor Ragnarok, and he does it perfectly. Hey, right there, Grandma. So with a little bit of a South African tinge to it as well. But so you got us two going around. We are total chancers on what we're doing, and all I have, like, we're like, I'm you know, I'm a bit of a, you know, I'm a Wookiee. I'm a bit of a fucking tough nut bouncer type, mercenary type thing. But I have a dream of opening up a Kentucky Fried Pork restaurant, and everything that we've done for the last couple of sessions is going towards making that dream come a reality. So all the money that we have earned, I have literally just said that everything I've got is going into the pork restaurant. I don't want to buy fucking like starships. I just want a pork restaurant. Although we had to change to a pork similar, so I call it Porga. I don't like, you know, a KFP, Kentucky Fried Porker, like ad sort of thing, in our sort of Star Wars chat, because we get updates on, like, you know, the mod, because Brian is a model maker extraordinaire. Like, he's just finished doing like a Millennium Falcon like that size for the roleplay game, because we use like the Star Wars Legion models and or Scowl, and Brian prints off stuff off of like STLs and stuff. But he just finished his fucking Millennium Falcon with so much fucking detail on there. And although it's not a Millennium Falcon, it's a YT-1300. It's not the Millennium Falcon. And you know, he builds like a 6x4 gaming table, and we'll go through 3 or 4 different gaming tables over this weekend. So like as we change from planet to planet or whatever, you know, these bits come away, they're packed away, put this out, put this in, sort of thing. Starships come down. Like the first one, I had to drive down to Red Hill. Now I live in Essex. He lives up near Warwickshire. So I had to go from Essex to Red Hill, which is sort of like towards sort of Surrey sort of way. So that's away from the direction I need to go to. Which took me about an hour and a half to get to that on a Saturday morning. So I had to leave extra early to pick up a mysterious package from somebody. And what it turns out is Brian had bought himself a Warlord Titan. Well, he actually had 2, but he had one, and he basically traded it with a friend in the business that he knows, who works for ILM. And he said, like, could you print us off a Razor Crest and paint it up as you would paint up one of your models in whatever. And so this dude did, sort of thing. Unfortunately, he didn't get it fully finished, but Brian said, don't matter, I needed the game. You know, he got all the outside. Outside was bang on. Wasn't the Razor Crest as such, but it was a Razor Crest, but it was painted up differently, obviously. So I had to go down a fucking red hill, pick that up, and then drive up to fucking Warwickshire to take part in the game. So I've already been driving like for 4 hours by the time I get there at 10 a.m. and then doing a day-long gaming session as a Wookiee who can't speak Galactic or Galac, as they call it. But it's fucking hilarious, and he was so much fucking effort into these fucking things. It's just brilliant, and like the other players were all, you know, all good. And the last one we did, some bright fucker came up with the idea. So why don't we dress up as our characters? Oh, for fuck you! So I bought myself a Chewbacca onesie. I got this. Obviously, I've got hair down, but I bought these masks, sort of thing. Not like the proper like all over mask. It was just like I wouldn't have been able to get them in time. So I bought these one mask. I put it on, and I showed a friend me wearing it. They said that is just pure nightmare fuel. Stop it. And then I had to get one from Germany, which cost me about 30 quid. And again, it's just like a front mask, and it had like hair on it. And I got it, and I thought, oh my god, that looks terrible. But then I was able to comb it and make it a bit more better looking. But it was still like, it wasn't as bad as the other one. So it wasn't as nightmare fuel as the one I got off of Amazon. Yeah, it was terrifying, really was. But yeah, so I spent the weekend in a fucking Chewy onesie, wearing his fucking mask, and it wasn't exactly cold. It was quite warm, and even like the fans on, you're like sitting there just sweating, Jesus Christ. And I've literally just got boxes underneath this onesie. Yeah, things I do for roleplay games, but it was worth it. Totally fucking worth it. Absolutely freaking worth it. Satious me crumb. I'll crack on with the Rocket Guys tomorrow as well. Postman did not deliver Destroy Squid Bits. Meh. It was on one of My Life in Miniatures episodes. Oh, John, yeah. Oh, yeah. I still haven't watched, because there's been about like half a dozen of them now, isn't there? Keep on meaning to, because it has LMIM things. Yeah, I keep on meaning to actually track them down and actually listen to them. But I do enjoy sort of like hearing about other hobbyists and stuff. You know, I've done enough fucking like interviews and, you know, talked about stuff myself here. It's nice to actually hear about other hobbyists. But yeah, no, I spoke to John. I first met John. Oh bloody hell! I think about maybe 2018. Yeah, I think it was 2018. Is when with the Tyrannus Owners Club, we went down to try and set the record, or unofficial record, of the most nights in one place from one household. And we turned up, and because one guy couldn't get there because of a train strike or something, I don't know. That's what he told us. We were 10 nights short. We would have beaten a record, which was, I think, set at 118 by GW Manchester earlier or previous year. But we had 100 house Tyrannus nights. So it was the most nights from one household in one place. And John actually came down, because he was obviously with the community team at the time. We had photographs taken of, well, some of our knights were taken as for photographs and that. So I had my Atrapos, a picture of my Atrapos taken, and my knight Scion on foot, and they featured on a Warhammer community post about the Tyrannus Owners Club sort of thing. But yeah, it was just when I first met John, because he presented us with the certificate, which I've got somewhere indoors somewhere, which was cool. We never got a certificate for the second time, well, the second big walk we done, the year after, where we had 305 Knights of House Tyrannus, which was just amazing to see. Because there was doing, Baz was running, wanting to get Titan groups involved and get them down to like show off at Warhammer World, so we obliged when the invite went out. John was actually at that thing, at Crystal's thing as well, wasn't he? He turned up and said hello, played a game. Yeah, no, Richard. Richard's actually really cool. Obviously, at the open day, he was there, but I didn't actually, because obviously everybody wanted to talk to like him and the other sort of influencers that were there. But like we follow each other on like Instagram and Twitter. We're friends on Facebook and stuff. We've spoken a couple of times via DM and all that sort of business. But as I say, like it was at that event, I saw him there, he saw me there, but he was talking to so many people, and it's like, well, he's obviously busy, so I'm not going to go over and say hello, because he's got people to talk to. But he likes. It's nice to see his name when he likes one of my models I post up, sort of thing. And obviously, I like a lot of his stuff because he's a fucking great painter. But he's a really nice, he's a generally nice guy as well. I watch his like YouTube videos as well. But yeah, so one day we'll actually sit down and have a chat and stuff. But yeah, it's nice when you get like guys like that in the hobby, because he's not Billy Big Pants or anything like that. He's a hobbyist like us. He's just really good at what he does. And does everybody so that Mortarian he did a couple of years back? Oh my fucking god! I saw that in the flesh at a Salute that year, and it's just fucking amazing. Like the little like freehand like eyeballs and stuff he done on the wings was like, yeah, it's just so good, so damn good. Yeah, I've had that a few times. Great little ego boost when one of the best mini painters in the world appreciates your work. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It's like you don't expect it, and to get it, he's just like he does sort of give you a little bit of a skipping your step sort of thing, or hopping your step, or whatever you call it. And you just think, yeah, that's cool. And it is cool, because at the end of the day, they're hobbyists like us, and they can appreciate. I'm sure they're not just doing it out of like sympathy. You see something and go, oh, that's pretty interesting, and like bosh. Yeah, his freehand is pretty fucking fantastic. But that's the thing. It's like when you think about it, like when you go onto like Instagram or Twitter and you like something, you like it for a reason, not the person behind it. You like it because it looks cool. And as I say, he and like most hobbyists like that are exactly the same. And I think it's not sort of like a requirement of them to do that. They can show their appreciation for people's work. So, yeah, it's great. The one that got me recently um, was I posted up a picture. I think it was my War Master Iconoclast that I'd done, and I got a like from a guy called Shane Smith, as Shayne Smith, who's an American comedian that I follow, sort of thing, because in lockdown, first lockdown, I was like watching a lot of YouTube and shit, and I came across his like videos of his like act and all that, and I thought he's pretty funny. He's a comedian. He doesn't swear in his acts and all that, but he did come out with a few good sort of like little like 5 minute videos of his acts and like, which were quite funny. And so I followed him on Twitter. But when you see that come up on your thing, you go, "Oh my fucking god!" Like he's not like a grade A sort of like he's he's known in circles. He tours around the US and stuff, but he's just like, wow, that was just crazy. You don't expect that sort of thing. So yeah, that's sort of really sort of like not necessarily an ego boost, but it's just like, wow, somebody who's like famous knows my stuff. Not that he's really famous, but you know what I mean. Hey, it was just bonkers, but totally fucking cool. No way can I imagine. I need more practice to practice more. He commented on a few of my Solarians as well. It does feel good. We all love cool stuff. We do. And done photos tomorrow when it's less dark. Yeah, it is. Well, it's like 5 to 12, so it's been a bit of a session. We've done quite well. Well, I need to sleep. Thanks for the great stream. Had not had this much fun doing hobby stuff in weeks. I think always welcome here. We're always here Saturday from 8, Wednesday nights from 8:30. And yeah, you're always welcome to come along, hang out, and just have fun, because that's what the hobby is, fun. So thanks for popping in, dude. Gosh. I look forward to the R2D2 unveiling. I've done I went to see the fucking hell, it was like 2019. I went out to Legoland in Denmark. Got stayed in the hotel in one of like the pirate themed rooms, because fuck, you're gonna go in a fucking pirate themed room. And booked these tickets. Unfortunately, didn't realise that the park was closed until March, and we went out there like Valentine's Day, and it's like oh dear. But they've got over in Denmark, over in Denmark, they do actually have now Lego House, so it's 24/7. Well, yeah, it is 24/7 pretty much, 365 days of the year, pretty much. So we went and visited that, and that was just really really cool. Indoors, you got a history lesson of like the origins of Lego. Saw some of the old kits in the museum, and then they had these super massive, fantastic Lego displays that you wish that if you were a kid you had. you know, like the ultimate in like city Lego building and all that sort of thing. And it's all the little sort of Easter eggs they put into those things, which just really makes it even more awesome. So we did that, and then we went back in June to actually do the park itself, which was really cool. I'm not gonna lie, lots of rides and attractions, and it was really cool. And easy to get to, straight out of Stansted Airport is slap bang at the end of near to where the park actually is. So it's not even a 5-minute drive from the airport to Lego Central. Totally worth it though. Totally worth going out there if you get the opportunity. It probably costs you the same to go there than it would do to go to fucking Windsor, even with the flights. Yeah, I'm nearly done too. Have a good night. Just found 2 more stupid blood gems of these damn shiny kits. That's been your evening, mate. It's been like everything. It's like, oh look, there's more. But yeah, no, so I'm probably just going to finish off doing this knoll on these metal bits, and then yeah, I'm gonna call it. You know, we've done a 12. I haven't done a 12 o'clock for a few weeks. Haven't done a 1 o'clock for a few months, but I've done a fair amount of talking today, and my mouth's starting to feel a little bit worn. So I'll just finish these bits here with the known oil. Beep, 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 beep. Then I'll leave them alone for drying. Yeah. So that's all that done. Oh, right. So that's me finishing up for the evening as well. So I'll just say thank you to everyone. If you haven't liked and subscribed already, please like and subscribe and stuff, as I always say. But yeah, it's been quite a nice evening again this evening with the hobby hangout. Thank you all for joining us and participating in the evening. I hope you've had fun participating, because it is an audience participation thing. Just hanging out with fellow like-minded hobbyists from wherever we are, tuning in and just painting. But yeah, it's been a lovely session. Thank you all for popping in and keeping me company this evening. It's been wonderful. Be back on Wednesday with Artist Empire from 7, and then from 8:30 back here for Wednesday Night Warlord, building something. I haven't decided yet. Got to finish these guys off at some point first. But yeah, thanks for everyone who's popped in tonight, and keep safe, happy hobbying, love you all, and yeah, I'll check that out in a minute, mate. And yeah, until we meet again, people, take it easy. Peace out.